Hey, how you doing? Shout out to everybody that's here. We going right into it, y'all. Right into it. When I say we going into it, I'm talking about the Ahmaud Arbery Day 5. I will be streaming it in a few seconds, as y'all know. Hold on. I ain't doing that today. I will be streaming it in a few seconds. I'm getting some technical things out of the way. So, real quick, letting y'all know, there is a new social media platform that's out there that happened overnight. It's called truthsocial.com. It is the replacement for Facebook. So now we have a replacement for Twitter. We have a replacement for Facebook. We have two replacements for Facebook and a replacement for Twitter. All right. So I'll be back to talk to you guys about that. And hey, good morning. Let's get into this trial. Let's do what we do. All right. I'll be back and forth, but y'all know how it is. Let's see. What's going on, bro? What's going on, bro? Hold on. Hold on, because I don't know what's going on. Hold on. There it is.
Did enhance the cell phone video taken by William Bryan and produced two exhibits. Both the state and the defendant
stipulate to the authenticity and admission of State's Exhibit 129 containing the two digital files labeled stabilized _IMG _ 5617 and stabilized _ color safe levels _ IMG _ 561. The parties stipulate to the following evidence. Matthew Heath, digital forensic investigator with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, produced the following exhibits per the request of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation team and provided these exhibits to GBI Special Agent Lawrence Kelly. State's Exhibit 314, folder of 1,095 frame-by-frame photos of cell phone video taken by William Bryan. State's Exhibit 191, half-speed video of the cell phone video taken by William Bryan. State's Exhibits 221, 222, 223, and 224 contain 4 files that combine the videos from 220 Satilla Drive, 119 Satilla Drive, and 224 Satilla Drive that solely show Ahmaud Arbery's path on February 23rd, 2020. The parties stipulate that, back up, the state and the defense stipulate to the following dates for the videos provided to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation by Mr. Larry English. State's Exhibit 117 are the videos from 220 Satilla Drive recorded on February 11th, 2020. State's Exhibit 120, videos from 220 Satilla Drive recorded on February 23rd, 2020. State's Exhibit 121, 220 Satilla Drive video recorded on October 25th of 2019. State's Exhibit 122, 220 Satilla Drive video recorded on November 17th, 2019. State's Exhibit 123, 220 Satilla Drive video recorded on November 18th, 2019. State's Exhibit 124, 220 Satilla Drive video recorded on December 17th, 2019. And then State's Exhibit 125, a 220 Satilla Drive video. This was emailed to Georgia Bureau of Investigation Special Agent Seacrest on May 22nd of 2020. However, the date the video was taken is unknown. That completes the stipulation of the parties, Court's Exhibit number 3.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. In addition, at this time, the state is going to tender into evidence in relationship to the 911 calls that were tendered in last night with Kara Richardson. State's Exhibit 149A, 150A, 153A, 154A, 155A, 157A, and 159A, which are the transcripts that relate to those 911 calls, and they're being placed into the record. They will not go out for deliberations, but they are the transcripts that the jury will be able to review during the 911 calls. So they're placed in the record. Is that correct, counsel?
That's correct.
Correct.
Yes.
All right.
Those are admitted for that purpose.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Stay ready with us, the deposition testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's just go ahead and make sure we're clear on who the witness is, and we can move forward.
Yes, Judge, and if I may move my chair, because I'll be up
Yes.
here for a while. The witness in this case is Larry English. And the deposition took place on September 24th of 2021 here in this courtroom.
They call him Larry English.
Go ahead and swear the witness.
Good stuff. Pick the card. Raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give to the court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please take your seat.
Good morning, Mr. English. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I know it's hard to see who everybody is with masks on, but my name is Paul Camarillo. I'm with the state. You and I have had a conversation before. Is that correct, through Zoom?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. English, will you go ahead and state and spell your name for the record, please?
Larry Ford English, Jr., Larroy, Hoyt, ENGLISH,
Okay, thank you for being here today, sir. Today what we're going to do is we're going to talk a little bit about your background. Okay, we're going to talk a little bit about your property at 220 Satilla Shores. We're going to talk about some of the relationship in that neighborhood, and then we're also going to talk about some events that occurred back in 2019 and 2020 relating to your property and some of your relationships, okay?
Okay.
All right. So let's go ahead and start with your background. So where do you work? What's your occupation? If you do have a job, what is your job, and what's your general occupation?
My former occupation was a general contractor and a commercial beekeeper.
And how long were you a contractor, sir?
I'm 21 years old until 12, 15 years ago.
Okay. And sir, where is your general residence where you and your family live?
Coffee County.
Coffee County?
Yes.
Okay. And you have a secondary residence, sir?
Well, we're working on a place here in Brunswick, yes.
Okay. And where is that? What's the address there?
220 Satilla Drive.
Sir, do you have any children?
Yes.
And what are their ages?
13 and 17.
And are you married, sir?
Married? Yes,
For how long?
25 years,
And how old are you?
51.
Let's go ahead and talk about your property at 220 Satilla Shores. Okay, is that here in Glenn County?
Yes.
And can you go ahead and tell me the background and how you came about obtaining this property?
Some 4 or 5 years ago, I was diagnosed 6 or 7 years ago with an incurable disease called sarcoidosis that attacks all of your vital organs. And at that time, instead of waiting until I was retired, I had to fast forward my dreams, and me and the wife would get out and ride. I've had a couple of places down here in Camden County, and love to fish. I love the coast, and my dream was to have a place on the water and be able to go fishing and enjoy it and be convenient. So we kept riding, and we finally found this vacant lot that we thought we could afford to build a house on that would be able to be for it. So we acquired the lot, and I hired a general contractor down here to do a turnkey job on it. And by the time we had got it dried in, we decided that I would try to finish it myself under some other circumstances that brought about the situation. So I started trying to finish it myself, and it prolonged the progression of it. But anyway, during that time, I had 2 or 3 bad health situations that gave me some setbacks, and it prolonged it. And we was an hour and a half, 2 hours away, and ended up trying to, keep an eye on things, what was going on, and that's where we ended up with the cameras, surveillance cameras, see what was going on and take care of it.
Okay. And in 2019, could you describe the state of completion of your residence?
In 19,
Yeah, around 2019, going into early 2020.
I'm guessing somewhere along there, we was just under progress getting the foundation forward, and might have been some framing work going on at that point, I'm not sure.
Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put a picture up on the screen, sir, okay? And this is a still shot taken roughly in May of 2020, okay? And I want you to look at it and tell me if this is the general state of completion of your house at 220 Judge Approach.
Yeah.
Mr. English, what I have on the screen for you is State 0126. Are you able to see that?
Yes,
And could you tell us what that is?
that's my home under construction at 220 Satilla Drive.
And does that look as to the level of completion that it was maybe in February or early 2020? Can you take a look at that and tell us?
It looks like the walls of the garage have been encapsulated in plywood since the day of, I don't know what date you're talking about, but since the day of Ahmaud. There's been more work done to it in this photo.
In this photo? Okay. What's some of the differences besides the plywood? What about the garage doors?
There's no garage doors on the front. The 2 large garage doors are not on the front, which are what.
And that's similar to what it was in February 23rd or earlier that
From
year?
elevation, it looks pretty much the same. The difference is the walls have been plywooded on the inside of the garage.
And so that seems to be a true and accurate representation of your house, maybe in May or roughly thereof in 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time the state tender states 126 into evidence.
No objection. No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted.
Mr. English, is this your property at 220 Satilla Drive?
Yes.
And at any point during the construction of your home, did you have any sort of with the property line itself?
No,
Okay. What about your neighbors? Did they have any fencing going up?
there's a fence on the right and the left side, from, say, approximately the middle to the back of my home,
Mm-hmm.
to the back of the property.
And if we're looking at this photograph, states 126, to the left or to the right of this photograph?
The left and the right
Okay.
has a fence going across the back.
All right. But nothing encapsulating the property itself?
No,
Okay. And at any point up till this photograph, did you have any signs like no trespassing signs or keep off the property or anything like that?
no,
Did this construction site at around this time and before this, did it have any sort of plumbing or water source or electricity or anything like that?
yes. At this point, there was a temporary faucet to the right of that porta potty. And then at the back of the property, there's a dock and a boat hoist that had a faucet back there also on the upland part of it, not down at the dock, but on the upland part before you walk down to the dock.
And then what about electricity?
No, just a temporary service pole on the left corner of the property that you can't see in this photo.
And when you came to do work on this house, because you did say you took over the general contracting job of the house itself, right?
I did.
Do you remember around when you did that?
It would have been when the roof got put on it, it would have been at plywood stage and fell on top of it, no windows, no doors, just plywood on the exterior walls, plywood on the top.
Okay, and was that in 2019 or 20 that you started taking over roughly?
I couldn't remember.
You couldn't
to be
remember?
honest with you.
Okay. And when you came down to work on it, where did you stay?
I got a camper. I've had two campers in the backyard. Can't see in this photo.
And you had electricity running through those campers?
Yes, they come off the temporary service pole and there's a line run back there.
Before y'all constructed this,
Lot, pretty much what you see, just a grass lot. The neighbors kept it mowed and clean, and there was an old dock there and a little small upland building that had steps that went down to the fixed dock.
and do you know anything about the use of this in the past?
What I know about it, the neighbor on the right-hand side, Brad Butler, they had some kind of party once or twice a year, Christmas party or something of that nature. They would use it to park some of the overflow of their party guests. And then the left neighbor, Kenny Wade, would park boat trailers, boats, different stuff of that nature there. And I think maybe the kids might have played over there some.
Purchased the property and started doing construction on it. About people coming on and off?
Yes, once we constructed a new dock and boat hoist, I don't remember exactly what stage the home was at that point. Probably in the earlier stages. Mr. Wade contacted me and mentioned that he thought he had seen the boys from across the street, maybe over there. Water on outgoing tide is very swift there, it could be very dangerous. So at that point, I got some cameras put up to kind of keep an eye on it.
What type of cameras were these?
They're called Blink. You know,
Do you remember roughly the year that you started putting these cameras up?
no,
Would it have been before 2020?
yes.
These cameras, when they first started coming up, where did you first start putting them?
I first started putting them down at the dock area. The best I could, the very back of the house, because we had to use a house. I'm not 100% sure. There was 2 stages of cameras. One, the first stage was on the dock. Wireless with batteries.
You wanted to start with them closer to the module, so if they were further.
If you get too far away from the module, it can.
Did or how well they worked, did it get adjusted by time of day, internet usage, or anything of that sort that you know of?
Repeat the question, please.
How well the cameras worked? Were they contingent on anything like internet usage or strength of internet?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. If it was a high usage part of the day, sometimes they wouldn't process as fast.
At some point, did these cameras go up anywhere else on the property?
Yes.
And where was that?
After we got the shell of the house completed, you have to have a 110 power source for the module. After we got the structure of the house, then I had a job trailer that's a 20-foot cargo trailer that's parked next to the temporary service pole in the front yard. And from that temporary service pole, I run a 110 wire into the side of it, and we got what they call a hotspot that gives me Wi-Fi service, and we put the second set of cameras at that point. And that was on the fronts of the house. I had 3 or 4 cameras on the front of the house, and one inside the living room and one inside the garage.
How many cameras in total did you have?
I think the second package was a 5 package setup, 4 or 5. The first one was maybe 3. I'm not 100% sure. But on the house, there was 2 on the back, 2 on the front, a couple inside, and then we had 2 on the dock.
Once you put up these cameras, were you able to monitor your home?
Yes, for the most part, yes.
And how would you be able to monitor the cameras when you were not physically on the property?
I could look at it, I could pull up on my phone, and I could actually look at it manually at any point in time, or either it would give me a notification on my phone if activity was going on the property, it would notify me.
If you got a notification and you looked at the phone, was there any sort of recording that would start, or how did the cameras capture any sort of footage going on at the house?
Well, when I would click on whichever one it was that would notify me, it would start, and there's a time setting on these clips. I can't remember the exact time. I want to think up to 60 seconds, I think. And depending on how many seconds you had it set for is how long the clip would show. But it was started from the beginning when it was triggered until the time ran out that you had set.
And then you were able to save those, maybe download those videos somewhere?
I never saved them or downloaded them. I'm kind of low tech, and I didn't realize, but at some point, once you get so many accumulated, it starts dropping off the oldest ones and recording the newest ones.
At some point, were you able to capture any surveillance or any clips from people walking in and off?
Yes.
And how were you able to do that?
First instance that we had, I was in Douglas about 9 o'clock or so, and it went off, 9 or 10 o'clock, it went off, and it showed me in the middle of the night. That was the first time that we'd ever recorded anything on it.
Okay. And did those clips get recorded to like a cloud or an internet server somewhere?
No, it just stayed saved in my phone.
Okay, so they got saved on your phone?
Yeah. But like I say, they was only saved for until numerous ones were collected, and then it would start dropping them off, and I was unaware of that to begin with. I just thought it kept going continuous, but it drops off the older ones after a certain point.
Gotcha. Now, when you had people working on your house during the day, would these cameras get triggered, or were you able to shut them off if people were working? Tell me about that.
I could turn them off manually from a remote location. A lot of times I would remember to do that. A lot of times I wouldn't. Sometimes I would turn them off, and it may be 2 days before I remember to turn them back on.
And did you notice on these cameras during the daytime any sort of traffic coming and going, maybe in front of your house or around your house, anything like that?
So it will pick them up at the street, but I tried to position them where the street traffic wouldn't trigger them.
And at some point during the daytime, did you capture anybody coming in and out of your property?
Yes.
And tell me about that.
I can't remember all the situations. I mean, most of the time when I see the subcontractor show up, I know what time it was and they had showed up, and I turn them off. We got not very much daytime footage that I was concerned about.
Sure. Give me some other examples besides the subcontractors of people that would come in and off of your property.
Well, one thing that pops up in my mind was,
Mr. English, what are some other examples of people coming and going on your property during the daytime?
what I was fixing to state before you interrupted was about the kids. That's one of the main things that pops in my mind. The kids did come over there, they get a couple of pieces of plywood. I could see out of the corner of the camera that they was in the street, had a bicycle ramp built out of it, and that's what they were doing with it. It didn't really alarm me. I was glad to see kids out and doing something with plywood instead of on computer games. So the plywood was a scrap piece of plywood, 50 cents a piece. So I didn't ever bring it to anybody's attention. Wasn't alarmed about it. As far as other people, I can't tell you, I can't even remember people in the daytime other than Mr. Billy Grinder. Mr. Billy would go over there and walk his dog every day, and he would walk around my property, kind of look at it and check on it. I mean, that's the only two instances during the daytime that really I can remember.
Okay, that were significant to you in some way, is that correct?
Well, that's the only thing that really pops into my mind. I mean, there might have been more instances, but it wasn't significant enough to even process it and record it in my mind.
Yes, sir. Here's my approach. Good. Mr. English, I'm going to put up on the screen State Exhibit 125. Now, you and I had a Zoom meeting maybe a month or so ago, and we went over the surveillance videos, various surveillance videos that you captured onto your phone and turned over to the police. Is that right?
Right. And some of these recordings, they may have had to subpoena from the camera system.
Sure.
To get them.
Sure.
I can't even remember what I did and didn't.
I understand.
To the police.
I understand. But you and I went over some videos, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you and I went over some recordings of your 911 calls to The police, is that
Yes,
correct?
yes.
Okay. What I'm going to do is put up State's Exhibit 125, and this is the video you and I went over in my, resumed in my office. State calls very English. Judge, at this time stated tender State's Exhibit 149. He went over the surveillance videos, various surveillance videos that you captured onto your phone and turned over to the police. Is that right?
Right. And some of these recordings, they may have had to subpoena from the camera system.
Sure.
To get them.
Sure.
I can't even remember what I did and didn't.
I understand.
To the police.
I understand. But you and I went over some videos, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you and I went over some recordings of your 911 calls to the police. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. What I'm going to do is put up State's Exhibit 125, and this is the video you and I went over in my, resumed in my office. I'm going to pause it real quick. Do you recognize what this video clip is, State's Exhibit?
Yes, that's the two boys that was getting followed.
Okay. And where is this camera hanging from, sir?
The far left corner of my home in front.
And when we watch this clip and we're playing this clip, is this a true and accurate representation of the surveillance video clip from your house?
You asking me if this is correct?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Judge, at this time, State tenders State's Exhibit 125 as evidence. That's video B. I'm sorry, video A, clip A.
Your Honor, Mr. Brown, we object for the reasons previously stated.
Mr. Rizzo?
No objection.
So,
No objection, Your Honor, but did you say this was clip A?
Clip A of State's Exhibit 125. For the record, I'm playing State's Exhibit 125, subsection A. For the trial record, I just played State's Exhibit 125A. Resuming the deposition. And Mr. English, were you able to see that?
Yes.
Okay, that's true and accurate representation of the clip that you took that day?
Yes.
I'm going to put on the screen State's Exhibit 125, subsection B. For the trial record, I played State's Exhibit 125B. Resuming the deposition at 24:22. And is that also from your house?
Yes.
Okay. Same two children? Were those the same two children? As the
Yes,
prior?
yes.
And is this a true and accurate representation of the surveillance video clip taken from your house?
Yes.
Good, Judge.
Is the microphone turned off? It seemed like when I was in here first, it was on a little louder.
I'm sorry. I'm turning my back to you. I'm gonna see if you can hear me from here. I want to get
Yes,
you
that's
up.
better, that's better.
Okay. Is that a true and accurate representation? State?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, State now tenders State's Exhibit 125, subsection B, into evidence.
Same objection, Your Honor. No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
To the
at some point, when you have these cameras up around the construction site, did you have folks come onto your property at nighttime?
Yes.
Okay. One second. All right, Mr. English, I'm going to walk you through some various times that you called 911, okay, and times that you may have saved surveillance clips corresponding to those particular calls, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to start with October 25th of 2019. Do you remember making a 911 call on October 25th of 2019?
Not by date.
You don't remember the date?
No.
Okay. Do you remember making 911 calls sometime around that time of year?
No, I cannot. Not by date and month.
Not by date. All right, I'm going to play you, to refresh your recollection, a clip from that day and see if you remember making that call on that particular day, okay?
Okay.
That's transcript 1. Let's go ahead and distribute those.
Operator Center, can I help you?
Yes, ma'am. This is Larry English. I'm calling from Douglas, Georgia. I have a house that we're under construction on, and I have a dock down at 220 Cecilia Drive. That's Cecilia Shores in Brunswick.
Okay.
I got a camera system there. I've got a trespasser there. So he's a colored guy, got real curly looking hair. He's tattooed down both arms.
You recognize that voice?
Yes.
Okay. And you recognize this as one of the times that you called 911?
Yes, I believe that's the first time.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what's the number?
This is State's Exhibit 149. Judge, at this time, State Senator State's Exhibit 149 is evidence.
No objection.
No objection, no.
No objection.
Mr. Junior, I'm going to play it through, okay? And I may have some questions for you after, all right?
Okay.
Communications Operator Center, can I help you?
Yes, ma'am. This is Larry English. I'm calling from Douglas, Georgia. I have a house that we're under construction on, and I have a dock down at 220 Cecilia Drive. That's Cecilia Shores in Brunswick.
Okay.
I got a camera system there. I've got a trespasser there. So he's a colored guy, got real curly looking hair. He's tattooed down both arms, and he's over there kind of wandering around. I don't know what's going on. I was just wondering if you could send a deputy or somebody out
check him out for me, please? Hello?
I'm here.
Yes, ma'am. Could you hear me?
Yes. I'm putting all the information in the call. What was your name again?
Larry English.
Mr. English, what's the phone number that you can be reached back at?
912-218-9905.
Okay, and you said it's a black male with tattoos down both arms, and what else?
And he's got real curly looking, not dreadlock, but just kind of curly, messed up looking hair. The way he acts, it looks like he's maybe drunk or on drugs. And he's wearing shorts, and I think the sleeveless looking like maybe a t-shirt. We got a lot of tools and equipment, and I have a camper trailer also there, a temporary camper trailer that we stay in, and he's already been down on the dock running around and up on the hill around the house and all.
Okay, and you want an officer to go find out what he's doing and have him removed from the property?
Yes, ma'am, if you would, I would appreciate it.
Did he come in a vehicle or on foot?
No, the camera was only a pickup kind that they showed him was only in the backyard, back with trucks and tractors and equipment, and I've got a boat hanging on a horse down on the dock, and I don't know if he come up in a vehicle or not, but I called the neighbor next door, but it's just ladies next door, and I told him not to go outside and try to check on it or anything, so I don't know if he's in a vehicle or bicycle or walking.
And you don't know who it is?
No, ma'am. I've never seen him before. It don't look good, does it?
Okay. And was there any time lapse between the time you saw him and the time you called me?
Just maybe 5 minutes. The camera's been going off since we've been talking. It's got multiple pictures of him.
Okay. All right. Okay, we're gonna have an officer dispatched. If anything changes, or if he leaves or you see anything else, just call us back, okay?
Thank you, ma'am. What was your name again?
You can just call the number that you called and speak to anybody who answers.
Okay, thank you for your help.
You're welcome, okay?
Bye.
All right, Mr. English. The person you saw in that video, you said you didn't know him?
No,
Okay. You had never met him before?
no,
Or never seen him before?
no.
The cameras that you have at your property, are you able to communicate with somebody who's on the property at that time?
No.
And the night that that person was on that camera, was that the first time you saw him, or did you see him prior nights?
That's the first time. The best I can recall, that's the very first time.
Now, in that call, you used the word plundering around. What do you mean by that?
I'm just looking around, checking things out.
Did you ever see that person take anything that night?
No.
Did you ever see anything in his hands, like a bag or flashlight or any sort of things on him?
No.
I think you said it looked like he may be doing drugs or drinking or was on something like that. Is that correct?
Yes.
But you don't know him, right?
No.
And you didn't know him that night?
No.
So you don't actually know if he was taking or using drugs, is that correct?
No, what led to that is me and my wife both looked at the video, and when he come back up the ramp from the floating dock, down where the water runs swift, looked like he was a little bit disoriented. But afterwards, that was a spur of the moment call.
Sure.
Afterwards, I get to thinking about it. When you look at these videos, it looks like there's light shining on it. But in reality, it's dark. Those are infrared recordings. After I get thinking about it, it could have been dark. Maybe he was kind of feeling his way around rather than staggering. So that's, if that gives you any definition of why that was.
Sure. It just looked like he was maybe uneasy on his feet or something like that?
He was what?
He was uneasy on his
It
feet,
looked
maybe?
like that right at the top of the ramp. I mean, the best I can remember, it kind of looked like he might have been a little bit disoriented with his footing, Okay. And that made me even more concerned because it's dangerous, especially in the daytime. It's dangerous because there's no rails around the floating dock. But at night, you're in a location where you're not familiar with it, makes it even more dangerous.
Okay. And you said that the camera was only showing him in the back. Do you know why only that camera was able to pick him up?
No.
Mr. English, I'm going to show you a video clip from your surveillance camera. And this is State's Exhibit 121. State's Exhibit 121. It's a video you and I watched on Zoom together.
Judge, I'm going to object to the commentary that goes along with showing the exhibit.
Let's just go ahead and show the exhibit. If you need to refresh his recollection,
Sure, Judge. Mr. English, do you recognize, I paused it. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Okay. And what is this a clip of?
It looks like the clip where the gentleman's starting to go down the ramp.
Now this looks to be about a 45-second clip. And is this what you were talking about, how it would only capture a certain amount of time?
Yes.
Okay. And is this a true and accurate representation of your camera?
Do what now?
Is this a true and accurate representation of the clip your camera caught?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, the state moves to tender State's Exhibit 120, 121.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
Submitted. For the record, I'm playing State's Exhibit 121.
Trial record, I'm playing the same exhibit through for the jury.
That's, excuse me, 121, right?
121.
Mr. English, can you see the mouse moving on my screen?
Yes.
Okay. I'm putting the mouse on what looks like some piece of metal. Can you tell us what this is?
That's a 3-foot wide aluminum walkway. It's pretty much identical to the walkway that the gentleman in the photo went down.
Okay, so there's a walkway going up, and what direction is this going up if we're looking up to the top of the screen?
And that's the upland to the very back of my property.
And you said that's an identical piece that was going down to the bottom left part of the screen as well?
Correct.
And where does the ramp on the bottom left part of the screen lead to?
It leads down to like approximately 10 foot by 20 foot floating dock.
A floating?
Yes.
Are there any rails or anything keeping people from falling off there?
No.
For the record, I'm putting the mouse on now a dark object, maybe a black object on the middle right of the screen. What does this look? What is this, sir?
That's a black plastic toolbox.
Okay. And what's
Storage box, toolbox storage box.
And what's inside of it?
I think it may be some water hoses and fillet knives and maybe some ropes to tie the boat with, maybe fire extinguisher.
Do you remember at all what's on this part there on the screen? This could be a table of some sort?
That's a couple of chairs with boards laid over them where the wind won't blow them off.
And what about this white box shape?
And that's just a cheap cord.
And I'm putting my mouse onto the right side of the screen now. What is this?
That's my boat.
Okay. How many boats do you have?
At that time, I think I had 3, 4.
And on this property, how many boats did you have down here at this time?
At that time, just that boat. There might have been a small boat tied up in the water on the float dock, but I don't remember.
Okay.
It's been tied up and taken out multiple times.
And from your recollection, was anything taken or messed with in any way during the interaction with this person on this dock?
No.
For the record, I just played through State Super 121. Mr. English, how would one get on from this part of the dock onto your boat here?
The bottom right corner of the screen, there's an opening in the handrail,
Okay.
and you can step over into a approximately 10-foot wide aluminum plank that accesses the boat.
And the clip doesn't show Mr. Arbery coming back up or back into the property at all, is that right?
Not that I remember.
Okay, do you remember at all where he went after that?
Not that I recall.
And Mr. English, you called 911 based on him being there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you want to happen to that person?
I wanted to, hopefully the deputy would find him and talk to him, maybe tell him not to be there anymore.
You didn't want him on your property, right?
No.
And did you save this clip to your phone, or was it saved to your phone in some way?
Probably saved for X amount of days. How many, I don't know. And maybe eventually it was sent to the camera company or something. I don't know how that works.
Okay. Do you remember speaking with any police officers after the 911 call that night?
Well, I know I talked to them later. I can't 100% remember who it was that certain night.
Okay. And did you end up sending this clip to the police that night?
I can't recall. I don't know.
Mr. English, I'm going to put up on the screen State's Exhibit 122. And I'm going to ask if you recognize what it is, okay, sir?
Okay.
State's Exhibit 122A, we'll start with. And sir, do you recognize what it is?
For the record, renewing my previous objection.
It's noted.
Mr. English, do you recognize what this is a clip of?
I do.
Okay, what is it a clip of?
That's of the white male and female that came onto the property in the night.
And I'm going to play it through in full for you.
For the trial record, I'm playing State's Exhibit 122A for the jurors.
For the record, I play State's Exhibit 122A. And Mr. English, is that a true and accurate copy of the clip that your camera took that night?
Could you repeat that?
Is that a true and accurate copy of the clip that your camera took that night?
2.5, what now?
A true and accurate?
Oh, yes.
Judge, at this time, State moves to tender State Exhibit 122A into evidence.
Question is, do we have a date for this video?
11/17/19.
Well, I understand that's.
I will. Mr. English, do you remember what day this was taken?
I do not.
Okay. Do you remember roughly what time of year it was taken?
No.
But it is a clip from your video camera taken from your house, is that correct?
Yes.
Judge, State moves to tender State 122A into evidence.
No objection. Renew the previous objection. 401, 403.
No objection.
It's admitted.
Your Honor, put another clip on. This is State Exhibit 122B. I'm going to ask if you recognize it.
Yes.
And how do you recognize that, sir?
I can tell by the black tarp on the dirt. That's the camera showing the drive, where my drive will go in the garage.
For the record, I'm pointing through State Exhibit 122B.
For the trial record, I have up State's 122B, and I'll be playing it for the jurors. position.
Sir, is that a true and accurate copy of the clip that your surveillance camera took?
Yes.
Do you remember what date or time that clip was taken?
No.
Do you remember roughly what time of year or month?
No.
At this time, state moves to tender State Exhibit 122B into evidence.
No objection. No objection as before. So good.
Mr. I'm going to play. Do you remember calling the police when you saw that video?
Do what?
Do you remember calling the police when you saw that video?
I think I did. I don't remember. I'm pretty sure I did.
If I play you a clip of the 911 call, a 911 call of that night, would you recollection?
Yes.
For the record, I'm going to play State's Exhibit 153A.
Operator 90. Yes, sir. I need to report somebody's on a piece of property at 220 Satilla Drive in Brunswick. I want you to play Satilla Drive? Yes, we've had some issues with Officer Rax notified. I think he's on vacation. There's somebody there now. My camera sits.
You good? Okay.
Just to make it clear.
That was just the preparatory.
It was.
A couple lawyers though.
Okay. I would require time frame for morning break.
Since we have handed these out, let's go ahead and get through this 911 call, and then we'll take a morning break. You can get.
Some dude went off and showed a male and a female, white female couple there that went up under the garage.
Does that refresh your recollection that you called the police that night for that couple?
Yes.
Okay, so you remember making that call?
Yes.
And is that your voice, sir?
Yes.
And you believe that to be a true and accurate representation of your voice in the 911 call?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, state moves to place State's Exhibit 153A into evidence.
No objection. Same objection.
To the
Now I'm going to continue playing State's Exhibit 153A.
we had some stuff stolen about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago there. Okay. All right, sir. And what is your phone number? 912-218-9905. Okay. And what's your name, sir? Gary English. Gary English? Larry with a L. Oh, okay, yes, sir. Sorry about that. All right. And they're there now? Well, it's just been a few minutes ago. I'm guessing that my camera showed them going under the garage, and that's the location where the stuff was stole last time. The camera hadn't went back off, so I don't think they went out the back or they come out from up under the garage. I don't know, but that's actually where they're at right now. Okay. All right, sir. Well, I think the guy had a baseball cap, looked like he had a baseball cap on, and it was male and female. All right, do you know any more about what he was wearing besides the baseball cap? No, but I can
It kind of looked like maybe it had a belt or something on it, wasn't buckled. I couldn't tell exactly what it was, like a black strap or something around his waist, and my camera suggests black and white, so I don't know exactly what color the clothes was. Okay, well, you know, he's kind of a slender male, and he was, I'm guessing maybe he's in the neighborhood of 6 foot tall, and the lady was a little bit shorter.
Okay. All right, sir. Were you able to see what the white female was wearing?
No, not really. I got a video of it. If you got my cell phone number, I can forward you a video of it.
Okay, and sir, whenever you say they went under the garage, you mean they like went under the garage door?
Well, it's not a garage door. They're now. It's under construction. So the camera shows that anybody walks into the garage area, walking into the house, and they show them walking into the large garage doors.
So it's like, is the garage raised up or something? I'm trying to understand.
It's just open where there should be an electric garage door, but the garage door hasn't been installed yet.
Okay.
That's open that they went through. It's on the front of the house, facing the street.
Okay, so it just has no door, they just went inside?
Right.
Okay. And you don't know if they're still there or not?
I'm kind of thinking they're still there because the camera off. If they come back out, the camera would have went off again, showing that they had exited. So I don't know if they're going into the state tonight or what's going on. It went off 2 times. One time when they was out at the edge of the road coming towards the garage, and one time as they was going into the garage. But it has a now showing that they exited the back of the house or the front. I got cameras on the back. If they went out the back, it probably would have went off showing in the back. But it hasn't showed where they left yet, so I'm not sure.
Okay. Now, were you able to see the white female? Were you able to see like any hair or any tattoos on either person?
No, not yet. As soon as I seen the video, I went ahead and called you so that y'all can get somebody on the way as soon as possible.
Okay.
If you give me my phone number, I'll be looking at the video to see if I can give you some more details.
Okay. So you want contact by phone?
Yeah, if they want to give me a call, just tell him to call me.
Okay, so
I'll forward this video to his phone.
Okay, so whenever they call you, it's going to come in as a blocked or restricted number, so just be prepared to answer that, okay?
I will. Is somebody else in route?
Yes, sir, we have officers in route, okay?
Okay, all right. Okay, well, I'll be listening for the call, and I appreciate it.
Okay, yes, sir. If anything else happens, give us a call back, okay? And
we'll have that for you, the operators.
Yes, sir, yeah, just give us a call back. We'll be able to advise you. And whenever you saw them, were you able to see if they had any weapons or anything like that?
No, I'm going to think that maybe they had a bag or something, you know, they kind of look, I don't know, maybe they owned or something, I don't know for sure, but it looked like they might have had some kind of bag or something with them, I'm not sure. As soon as I saw the video, I said, I got to call you as quick as possible, and I didn't look at it.
I understand, sir. Okay, so you believe they are still in the garage, though?
I think they're still on the premises, yeah.
Okay.
We have a camper in the backyard, like a camper type trailer in the backyard. So I don't know, it's just, I don't know exactly what's going on.
Okay, sir. All right, sir. Like I said, we have officers actually have arrived, okay? So give us a call back if you see anything else, okay?
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do as we collect these, we're going to go ahead and take a 15-minute recess and continue on. If you could just make sure that you give the deputy your transcripts as you walk out. And again, do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. During the break, we'll bring you back out for a continuation of the evidence.
All right, for adjourned.
All right, y'all proceed. I was waiting. All right, we're back on. All the defendants are present, represented by counsel. Mr. Camarillo, you ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's go ahead and get the panel.
We were hoping to give this person a minute or two to get back in here.
It's been about 20. We're just playing the deposition.
I know, she wasn't here for the deposition. We can give her 2 minutes. No show or no show.
All right, let's go ahead and get the panel.
For Jared. Please be seated.
All right, looks like we got everybody back. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully enjoyed this break. We are ready to get back into the deposition testimony. Mr. Camarillo.
Your Honor, for the record, we're resuming deposition at minute 55:01.
Mr. English, do you remember if you made multiple calls regarding this incident that night?
No.
Okay, if I played another clip from a 911 call made that same night, would it refresh your recollection?
If you played it, I'll not recall.
For the record, I'm playing State's Exhibit 133.
Investigation, Dr. Allen.
Yes, ma'am. Is this the sheriff's department?
No, this is the dispatch center. We dispatch for the state police.
Okay. I talked with somebody while ago. They just.
Mr. Rubin, you want to hand those out first?
somebody that's going to do the Soto Drive. If you could talk to the officer there, I think the suspect is in the cabin type boat in the large garage area. They had a tool bag. I think they might be trying to steal the electronics out of the big boat in the garage area. And I'm scared that he went around to the back. The officer went around to the back, and I'll give him a chance to run out the front and somebody don't let him know.
Does that refresh your recollection on whether you called back that same night?
Yes.
Okay. And is that your voice on that 153B that we just played?
Yes.
So did this not say what the defendant states exhibit 153B in the evidence?
No objection.
And we're saying be like boy?
B is in boy.
No objection.
Same objection.
The jury, I'm going to continue playing states exhibit 153, please. I'm sorry. This is states exhibit 153B.
Hold on just a second, okay? Is there more than one boat on the scene or just the one boat?
There's a little boat and a big boat. The big cabin boat is the one that they stole.
Good. I apologize. This is not states exhibit 153B. This is states exhibit 154.
So for the record, 153B has not been admitted. 154, the objection is noted.
And this is the second 911 call.
This is the second 911 call. States exhibit 154.
Up out of the first, and I think it back with a tool bag to steal the electronics that was mounted in the boat. But he walked around back, and I'm scared that maybe trying to run out the front on him. They might be hiding in the boat.
How many are there total?
There was a male and a female. And they were carrying what I call looking tool bags. So I know that the first time they moved everything, it wasn't fastened down. This time looked like they may be prepared to steal the flush-mounted electronics out of the big boat.
Okay, but did you see them actually take anything out of the little boat? No. Okay.
No. But the way the house is not finished, and when he walked around back, and that's not seen his flashlight, they could have run out the front, or really hiding down in the cabin of that boat, in the floor of that boat, back up under the big garage.
All right, we do have him on scene. It'll have the dispatcher update him on that information now. If you see anything else, you call us back, okay?
Thank you.
No problem.
Mr. English, do you remember? Making any other calls that same night?
No.
If I played you a clip from a third call that night, would it refresh your recollection about whether you made another call that night?
You could.
For the record, I'm going to play Stacy Cooper 155.
Grandma, communication operator 917.
Yes, ma'am, this is Larry. He was calling about some big intruders on property at 220 Shores, Still Drive. They have an officer over there now. I think he's calling me right now, ma'am. I think I have to call. Thank you. Okay.
You remember making that call?
Yes,
And is that your voice?
yes.
Judge, at this time, they look tender state exhibit 155 and
No objection.
okay.
For the
For the record, be placed, state exhibit 155. Mr. English, I have a few questions about those 911 calls. You said during that call that you had some stuff stolen about a week and a half ago to 2 weeks ago. Do you remember what you were referring to?
Yes, there was a Yeti cooler in the back of the boat, and what's called E-Bird satellite.
And you said an E-Bird?
E-Bird, yes.
How do you spell that?
I guess E-R-I-B.
Okay. Do you know roughly what all that cost? What the value of that was?
$2,500. There was a handheld mic that went on the second station in the back of the boat, and some fishing gear.
I think you might have referenced that I think you said maybe they had taken it and they're coming back. Do you know if it was them that took it?
No.
Okay. And do you know exactly when that stuff was stolen?
No.
You said roughly a week and a half ago. In that 911 call, you said roughly a week and a half ago. Is that when it was stolen, or maybe when you noticed it stolen?
That's when I was aware of it missing.
That's when you were aware of it missing. Okay. Where were you when you became aware of that and stuff that was missing?
I was on the ladder looking at where they had vented the dryer out through the roof, which we normally go through the floor. They had to go through the roof, and I was up there inspecting where they had run pipe through top of the wall where the wiring, there's a lot of wires right there I was concerned about. And I looked down in the back of my boat, which was right there at the corner, and I could see the cooler basket, the metal basket that goes inside of it laying on the floor, but there's no cooler. And that's when I got in the boat and realized some other stuff was missing.
And that was when you were at 220 Satilla Drive that you noticed it missing?
Yes.
Okay. Now, was that boat at that property for a continuous amount of time, or did you move that boat to and from other locations?
It had been moved back to Douglas, Georgia multiple times, at least 2 or 3 times.
Was it ever locked up in a closed garage whenever you moved it to separate locations?
No.
Is there any other locations where you believe those items that were taken from the boat could have been taken?
After the fact, I'm studying it, my first assumption was the HVAC guy had taken it. So I called the owner of the company and confronted him about it and showed him the video of this couple thinking that the male might have been one of his workers, and he said he didn't know what hit it. So that kind of ruled that out. And then I got to thinking it could have happened in Douglas, because when we had it in a large parking lot where we stayed, and my brother-in-law was, his business had a place above it to live. We were staying there. And outside, they had some street lights, but then there's some dark areas. And when I had the boat parked, it was kind of a dark area. One night, me and my son come in about 9 o'clock or so, and we saw 4 individuals going across the parking lot from maybe the age of 9 or 10 to 15 or 16. And it dawned on me, maybe that could have been who got it, because there was no houses in that neighborhood. It was a commercial district. There was really no houses there for them to be going back into, so then I thought maybe I had assumed too quick that I already accused the HVAC guys. And that's kind of how that happened.
Did you ever make a formal police report about that theft?
No.
And why not?
Well, didn't really 100% know where it happened at. I didn't make a formal police report, or I didn't try to collect on my insurance I had on the boat.
Do you remember maybe offhand telling police officers about this incident?
Yes. I'm sure I spoke with them. I don't remember all the details.
But you remember talking to some police officer about it?
Yes, and while I was calling back on the 911 calls, now I recollect out of those 3 calls, my camera was still working, and I could see when the officer arrived, I could see him walking around in the backyard with a flashlight looking. Maybe he went around to the right or the left side of the house, and I was thinking maybe they was inside the house, and maybe he spooked them, maybe went out front. That's what that was about.
And one of those clips that we had up, did it look like they were moving across the yard somewhere, leaving?
Yes, at one point you could see in the far top left corner, close to the porta potty, you just could see them walking away. I guess they got in the car, and then later you could see them in the far right corner at the top of the car. You could hear it crank up, and then you could hear it leave.
I'm going to put back up on the screen State's Exhibit 122B. That's been already admitted into evidence. Can you see that screen? Mr. English?
It's not coming up yet.
It's not connected.
Hold on a second. Mr. Evans, your screen doesn't show anything at this point?
Nothing.
Go ahead, take a short recess.
State calls Mayor English.
The record, I'm putting up the second clip of the deposition, part 2 edited.
State ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
Go ahead.
Mr. English, we have back up on the screen State Exhibit 122B. And I'm going to go ahead and play that for the record. It's already been tentatively admitted. Up in the top, I'm going to put my mouse at the top left-hand side of the screen. Can you see that?
Yes.
Do you know what this structure is, this light-colored structure is?
No, I'm not positive. I'm guessing maybe it's a porta potty. I'm not sure.
Okay. And then what about this right here?
Looks to be the car that the male and the female got out of.
And this light-colored portion that I put in the arrow on the top of the screen?
That's the street light in the street.
Okay. And then what about this right here?
That's Mr. Wade's pickup truck.
And what are these structures right here?
One of them is a power pole, one's a temporary service pole.
Okay. And for the record, I put my arrow on 2 dark shadows at the top of the screen. And what about these smaller shadows at the top of the screen?
That's mailbox post.
Mailbox post. There's 4 of them. Is there a reason why there's 4 of them?
The one's neighbor across the street.
Stop it. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. English, is there a reason why there's multiple mailboxes on your property?
Yes, one is a neighbor across the street, the other one is Mr. Wade's, and, well, Mr. Wade's is actually to the far right, the small post. There's, 3 other neighbors down the street that has theirs there, makes it more convenient for a postal carrier.
Okay, so is that how many of the properties are set up on that street, to have one property with multiple mailboxes?
Well, a lot stayed vacant so long, I guess they kind of made it easier for a postal carrier.
Okay. So this camera, this is about as far as you'll get in terms of visuals from your camera into the street, is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Rivers, I want to go back for a second and talk about you as a general contractor. Is it common, was it common in your experience as a general contractor to have people come in and out of construction sites?
Yes.
And in your experience, did you ever see that? Did you have names for them, anything like that?
Frequently during the daytime.
And these people that would come in and out, were they property owners or just people walking through the street, or?
Some of them would just be people in the neighborhood, not ride down a golf cart on the weekend, go through and check out the progress. Sometimes you'd have a potential home builder, I mean, the prospect of a home builder need one come through to check the quality of the contractor out.
So that was a normal course of business when you're building either a structure or homes for people to come in?
I'm going to object to leading questions. Good.
Was it normal for people to come in and out of construction sites?
Yes.
All right, Mr. English, I'm going to play for you another. Well, let me ask you this, were there more times that you called the police other than the ones we just played for you?
There could be, I'm not sure.
All right. I'm going to play for you State's Exhibit 157, and I want you to tell me if you recognize what it may be, okay?
Okay.
Communication Member Johnson.
Hello?
This is Glenn Communications.
Yes, I need to, this is Larry English from 220 Castilla Drive. I called last night, and there's somebody back over there on the property at the end of the night. I just talked to Officer Ragg, and he said he's not on duty, so he told me to call it in.
I think you said this was 220 Castilla Drive.
You recognize your voice in that?
Yes.
Exhibit 157?
Yes.
And you believe that to be the number one call that you made?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, state tenders 157 in evidence.
No objection, Judge.
No objection.
No objection.
For the record, on the play states 157, the rest of it?
Yes, ma'am, 6226 Hill Drive, and tonight it's a black male where it's not wearing a shirt, got tattoos on his arms, and a pair of looks like maybe light colored shorts.
Okay, you said no shirt and light colored shorts?
It looked like, yes, a black and white, it's infrared camera, but it looked like it's light colored shorts. And tattoos, the same guy that was over there about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago.
Yes, sir. Can you tell what he's doing?
He was just wandering around under the carport looking in the boat. I'm going down the road with my camera off. I'm going down the road. He just kind of looks like he doesn't know good.
Okay. Yes, sir. Okay. This is your property?
And
This is your property?
yes, ma'am. Yes, they had a situation with this same guy. A week and a half, 2 weeks ago, he was on about 3 different people's cameras out there in the neighborhood.
Okay.
And it's the officer that goes out, if you could give him a message, if he'd give me a call, I don't know if you got my number, 922-218-9905.
Yes, I'm going to get it from you. Just 1 second, okay? And you said that you have been having this issue last night as well?
Yes, it was different ones last night. It was a white male and a female last night. And I did send Officer Powers, I sent him a video of it. And I can send him a video of this same guy tonight. I can send him also, if they'll give me that number to send it to, I'll send him a video.
Okay. So you're watching this on a camera?
Yeah, well, I just installed, went down today and picked up one of those boats to bring it back to keep from stealing electronics off of it, and I put 2 more cameras up, and the new camera I put up this evening, calling up under the garage.
Yes, sir. Okay, what was your name, sir?
Larry English.
English. And verify that phone number for me one more time, Mary.
912-218-9905.
Okay, thank you. And you said that you did
I
want...
live in Douglas, Georgia. We're building a house down there that's not completed yet.
Sir. Okay. All right, so what I'll do is I went ahead and put in there that you do want a phone call from the officer that's responding.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, sir, absolutely. And you know, Drew, whenever the officer calls you, it may come in as a phone with certain private or unknown. So just make sure that you're prepared to answer it, okay?
Okay.
All right, sir. Thank you so much. If you do see anything else, make sure you call us back and let us know, okay?
Okay, if any activity happens before the officer calls me, I'll give you a call back.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. So looks like the officer actually just arrived on scene and property, okay?
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir. You're welcome. Bye.
Mr. English, you obviously made a 911 call that night because you saw somebody on your property, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember, I think in the 911 call you said you sent the clip to Officer Powers?
I did what?
You said you sent the clip to Officer Powers? You remember doing that?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to put on the screen State's Exhibit 123 and tell me if you recognize what it is, okay, sir? In 123, there are going to be two clips, A and B. I'm going to put A on the screen for you now, okay, sir?
All right.
Do you recognize 123A?
Yes.
Okay. And what is this a clip of?
There's a clip of a gentleman walking around in my garage.
That seems to be the correct copy of that clip. At this time, State moves to place 123A into evidence.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection. 2 minutes.
Mr. Rivers, I'm going to play 123A, okay?
Okay.
And Mr. Rivers, I'm going to point to a few things on the screen. Can you tell me what they are?
There's a lot of plywood and
Sorry, there's a lag on this. A little slower. Okay, what is this a picture of?
a piece of plywood.
And I'm going to put my mouse up the left-hand corner of 123A. What is this right here in the corner?
That's my small boat.
On prior calls, you had mentioned things being taken out of a boat. Is this the boat that you were talking about? Okay, so this is not the boat.
No.
Mr. English, I'm going to put on the screen 123B. And is 123B, do you recognize what this is?
Yes.
And what is it, sir?
Looks like the gentleman approaching the back of the boat.
And is this a clip from your surveillance camera in your house?
Yes.
In the construction site?
Yes.
Okay. Does it seem to be an accurate copy of it?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, State moves to place 123B into evidence.
I'm sorry, no objection.
No objection.
No objection. 2 minutes.
Mr. English, I'm going to play 123B. Mr. English, were you able to see more of what happened that night with this person on this clip, more than what's captured in those few seconds?
No.
Okay, so this is what you saw on your screen, or on your, well, let me ask you this. You remember seeing this clip?
You what now?
You remember seeing this?
Yes, yes,
And
yes.
how did you see it? I think in the 911 call, you said you were on the road.
Possibly.
Okay. How would you have seen this clip?
On my phone.
On your phone? Okay. Do you remember anything being taken from your house that night of this clip?
No.
Did you ever see this gentleman with anything in his hands?
No.
Okay. Or on his person?
No.
In the 911 clip that we have played, you said that it looks like he was up to no good. Do you remember why you said that?
No.
And in that same clip, you said that he was on about 3 different people's cameras. Do you remember how you got that information?
I don't remember making that accusation, I'm sorry.
In the course of your time down at Satilla Shores, do you ever remember looking at any other neighbors' surveillance cameras?
Repeat the question, please.
During your time at Satilla Shores, that you own the property, do you ever remember looking at other neighbors' surveillance cameras?
You talking about footage?
Footage, yes.
No. Well, there's one instance, the first house coming in on the right, the best I remember, if I didn't dream it, it showed that he was supposedly had some guns stolen out of the truck, and it showed some individuals parking across the road, coming over, but they had hoodies on maybe, and supposedly stealing something out of his truck. That's the only footage I saw. And I don't remember where I saw the footage at. I don't know. I don't know how that happened.
Okay. You said they'd come in a car?
I think it was a car.
And on this night, did this person ever cause any damage to your property or disturb anything?
No.
That you have seen? And you never spoke to this person that night, right?
No.
Did you ever tell this person anything about whether he could come and go on your property?
No.
Do you know if the police ever found him that night?
I don't think they did.
Mr. English, I'm going to put on the screen let me ask you this. Do you ever remember making any additional 911 calls?
No.
If I played an additional call, do you think it would refresh your recollection?
Probably.
I'm going to put on the screen State's Exhibit 159. I want you to listen to it and tell me if it refreshes your recollection.
Yes, ma'am. This is Larry English from 220 Satilla Drive.
Yes, sir.
A week or two ago, I had some trespassers over the property in the middle of the night on my cameras, and I talked to Officer Rash and some different officers, but I can't remember the one that was on duty that night.
Yes, sir.
And it looks like a car that might have been involved.
Is that your voice, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember what this call was about?
Yes.
Okay, what was it about?
Was down after the instance when the white male and female was in the house, and I left my property to go to Brunswick, and I saw a car parked down close to the bridge, and it stayed there. It was still there when I came back from Brunswick, and it was kind of a rainy, overcast day. And, you know, I was kind of suspicious of who it might be, thinking maybe it was the couple that had went in the house, and maybe they were staying under the bridge, because there was rumor that someone had been staying under the bridge.
Does that seem to be an accurate copy of the 911 call you made pertaining to that incident?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, state witness attender states 159 as evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection.
No objection.
Mr. Thomas Slade states 159.
Whenever they come on the property, maybe parked over here at the bridge, Fancy Bluff Bridge. Yes, sir. And I was wondering if there's a deputy that might could come over and check it out.
One moment. You said a Fancy Bluff Bridge?
Yes, it's right here off of Secil Shores, off Secil Drive. It's, you actually come on Secil Drive and then you go down beside the highway. I guess that's Highway 17 that goes toward the port, the car dock. Go down beside it to right there where the bridge is at, where they put a car, the vehicles at. They've been, the neighbors said they think that some people, might be somebody living under the bridge.
Okay, so you said a Fancy Bluff Bridge, correct? Is that before, it's right after that line right there by the Port Authority?
It's on the side toward the truck stop toward the interstate. It's on that side. It's not on the Port Authority side.
Okay, and after you pass the overpass right there?
That's where.
Did you pass, is it Love? Did you pass Love?
Yes. You come by Love's, the truck stops. You come by Love's, and before you go over the first little bridge, you turn to the right at Secil Shores, and then there's a little grass area that you can drive down the side of the highway to get down to where vehicles park.
Okay, give me some intersection streets. I'm sorry, because I'm trying to figure out where that could be. So you said by Secil Shores.
Yes, they'll come to Secil Shores and turn in to Secil Shores to be able to go down that little access down the side of the highway to get to the bridge, up under the bridge where the vehicles are at.
Where you live, sir?
At 220 Secil Drive, in Secil Shores subdivision.
Okay. You say turn to Secil.
And when they turn in, they'll be looking, when they turn into Secil Shores, they just need to look for that way for that full Fancy Bluff Bridge, and they'll see down the side of the pickup power line, they'll see the vehicle down at the end. Right at the time, when they turn in, right at the sign of Secil Shores, they can look down. I guess they can look at east, down the side of the power line, and they'll see it down there, right, kind of where you walk up on the bridge.
And what you say to a Fancy Bluff Bridge?
Yes, ma'am.
And what color is the car?
It looks to be a real dark blue, like indigo, almost black looking.
And someone was here, or was on your property, and they had it within the car?
I had some stuff stolen out of an offshore boat that I had up under the garage. We're building a house, we're in the middle of building a house, and I had the boat stolen up under the garage, and I had a bunch of stuff stolen out of the boat. And then weeks or so later, my camera was tore up at the time they stole it, but I got it fixed, and now a week or so later, they showed up on the camera about 10:15 when I took the tool bag, like they were going back in there to steal some more stuff.
Yes, sir.
I sent a video to Officer Rash, and I sent a video to one of the other deputies that was on call, other people.
Yes, sir. Can I have your name?
Larry English. Have you got my number there on your ID?
Can you give me a verify for me, please?
912-218-9905.
Yes, sir.
And if the officer needs to give me a call, just tell me, give me a call. I'll live in Douglas, and I'll come down here to check on some stuff. And I know there's a vehicle down there, so I'll go down beside the highway and glance at it, and it looks real close to what was in the video. It's a little bit of a video I had that night of the vehicle that they were driving.
Are you leader right now? You are your lesser?
I was fixing to leave, but I mean, I can hang around if I need to, if the deputy needs to talk to me. But I can send him a video, I can send him videos with two officers to see what the people look like.
Did you see anybody when you were down there and looked at the car?
I didn't go all the way down there, I'm at the stop sign right now, just kind of looking at it, I didn't do it, kind of conversation or anything like that.
Yes, sir.
I just kind of looked at it when I went over the bridge, I drove over the car off and looked at it, and I could see it from the side, and it looked real close to what they described, and with the neighbor said they thought somebody was living under the bridge, I thought it might be an exit.
Alright, I'm putting in for the officers to come and see what's going on.
Okay, all right, I sure do appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Mr. Rivers, do you know if there were figuring out who those people were?
Yes, there was somebody fishing on the bridge.
Mr. Rivers, were there any times where maybe you saw something on your surveillance camera where you didn't call 911 at all?
They could have been, I don't recall.
Do you remember sometimes, or do you remember ever calling maybe neighbors or the police directly rather than 911?
I probably called Officer Ash's phone directly after he gave it to me when it first started, when I went over there the first time.
Okay. And what about any neighbors?
I think I might have called Mr. Kenny Wade one of the nights that somebody was seen over there, and maybe he told me that his girlfriend and her sister was there by herself, but that's about all I can remember about that.
Okay. I'm going to put on to the screen for you, Stacy, exhibit 124. And there's 124, there's 3 clips, okay, A, B, and C. For the record, I'm going to put up 124A, and I want you to tell me if you can recognize what it is.
Yes, I remember.
Okay. What do you remember this to be?
Just a colored gentleman walking in the living room.
Okay. And do you remember if you called 911 that night?
I don't remember.
Don't remember? Does this seem to be an accurate copy
Do what now?
Does this seem to be an accurate copy of the clip from your surveillance?
Yes, yes.
At this time, State move to tender 124A. Any evidence?
No objection.
No objection.
No objection. Then I'm going to play for the record 124A. Mr. English, this room is visible to the cameras. At nighttime, is this room visible to anybody? Or is it, what's the lighting like in your house, in this construction site at night?
There's no line.
So these cameras, do they pick up other sources of maybe small light and you can still see the camera footage?
If the camera's triggered from inside the house, you may see a car go by. Other than that, you won't see anything.
I'm going to put my mouse on the middle of the screen. What am I circling? This is stage 124A.
It's a compound either side.
And what is this long thing sitting on?
Cutboard.
You said a cutboard?
Yeah, that the saw sets on.
And the wood, or these pieces of wood that I'm showing with my mouse, what is this?
That's the walls.
They're not finished walls, or are they finished walls?
No, they're not finished.
Was this saw ever taken in any of, at any time?
No.
During construction? Was anything ever taken from the structure itself, the construction site itself?
Not that I know of.
Mr. English, I'm going to put on the screen 124B. I want you to tell me if you recognize this clip.
Yes.
Okay. And what are we looking at in 124B?
Looks like a gentleman walking out of the garage.
Does this seem to be the same night, a connected clip of that same night?
I don't remember.
Does this seem to be a true and accurate or a good copy of the surveillance clip? Your Honor, this time state move to put in State Exhibit 124B.
Objection.
No objection.
No objection. Mr. English, on this left side of 124B, where my mouse is pointing, it's like a dark, long space. What is that?
That's an RV boat garage.
An RV boat garage?
Yes.
Okay, near the bottom of the screen, what are we looking at here?
That's a skid steer forklift.
A skid steer forklift?
Yes.
And what is this room here to the right?
That's a double garage where you park cars.
Do either of these garage areas have doors on them?
No.
At this point?
No.
Is this part enclosed in any way from front to back?
The back of the house has plywood walls.
Does the back of the house have any doors at this time?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
Mr. English, I'm going to put up 124C. I want you to tell me if you recognize this.
Yes.
what do we look at 124C?
Gentleman leaving the house and jogging down the street.
And is this the front of your house?
Where your arrow's at?
Where the arrow's at, is this the,
What is, that's in front of the garages,
that's the front of the garages?
between the street and the garages.
And is that a true and accurate clip
Yes,
from your house?
yes.
You know, this time state moves to place 124C in the evidence?
No objection.
No objection.
No objection. The record on the play 124C. Mr. English, it looks like something maybe.
Objection, Your Honor, reading.
Mr. English, do you know what the weather is during the time of this clip?
No,
Can you see something dripping down from the video?
yes, it looks like something moisture dripping off the end of the house.
When did moisture generally drip off of your house?
Repeat the question, please.
Objection. I'm not sure. I'm not sure of the relevance, and I'm not sure if you can identify what happened on this particular day, otherwise speculation.
We would call it question. Just 1 second. All right, Mr. English, I'm going to put on the screen states 117. And there's one clip that states 117. Can you tell me if you recognize what this is?
Yes,
And how do you recognize what this is?
and that's the inside of my living room and kitchen.
Does that seem to be an accurate copy of the clip that you have?
Yes,
Is this time say you place 117 in the evidence?
No objection.
No objection,
No objection, Your Honor. Submitted. For the record, I'm playing 117. I'm going to pause it, Mr. English. Where my arrow is pointing over the top of the screen, what is this light coming from, and what is this up here?
that's the street,
And what is this right here again?
compound I saw.
And Mr. English, was anything taken from that night that you know?
No,
Anything damaged?
no,
And at this point, did you ever have an opportunity? Yes,
I
sir.
would appreciate this gentleman cover his nose up.
He was referencing one of these two gentlemen.
Okay, yeah.
But you asked us, everybody keep.
Yeah, we need to keep your mask up.
And to your knowledge, Mr. English, did anybody ever, this person that we've seen so far on these clips, did you ever have a chance to tell him anything?
No,
Give him permission or not permission to be there?
no.
All right, I'm going to put on the screen State's Exhibit 120. And for the record, there's 5 separate. One second. Mr. English, that last clip that we sent, or that we put on the screen, do you remember sending that clip to anybody, an officer?
I don't remember it, but I could have.
Okay. Mr. English, I'm going to play State's Exhibit 120A. I want you to tell me if you recognize it.
And Judge, if it'll save some time, I don't mind stipulating that all of the videos contained in 120 are authentic and from his, Mr. English's video surveillance system. To skip this step, it's okay.
Sure. I appreciate that. State.
I join in that, Your Honor, since they'll really be authenticated by other witnesses in the trial.
All right. I'll look for, let's just do a few frames, make sure he can identify them, and we won't have to go through the authentication side. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Mr. English, in this clip 120A, do you recognize what this is?
That's between my garage doors and the street.
And is it a view from a surveillance camera in on your property?
Yes,
And it seems to be a daytime clip, does that look correct?
yes,
And you remember taking multiple clips from this same time frame? From different angles, different cameras in your house?
I don't remember that day.
Okay. I'm going to put one more. I'm going to put a 120B to see if you... Is that a different angle?
I remember it, yes.
Okay, so there's multiple angles taken from that day?
I guess so, yes.
Now, at this time, State moved to place 120 and the 5 associated clips in evidence.
Objections.
No objection, Your Honor, but for the record, are they A, B, C, D, E? Is that how?
They are, and I'll go through them and have them.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor. The record, I'm playing 120B. And is this the inside of your house, sir?
Yes,
Where my arrow's pointing, what is this? a picture of?
Car garage,
And on the left side?
RV boat garage.
And does this look similar to nighttime clips that we saw previously?
They're similar.
For the record, I'm going to put up 120C. For the record, I'm going to put up 120D. And 120E. Mr. English, do we see some of the same, or do we see some of the same items in this house or in this construction site in the daytime as the nighttime, same as the nighttime?
Yes.
Okay. And from your knowledge, at this point, has anything ever been taken or disturbed?
No, anything.
And do you remember if you called the police this day, during this daytime clip?
I don't think I did.
Okay. Do you remember the date that this clip was taken?
I may not be correct, but I think it's the day that Mr. Arbery got shot.
Okay. Do you remember if you called any neighbors that day?
I did.
Do you remember who you called?
I called Diego.
Okay.
After the shooting taking place.
Mr. English, at some point, did you send, you've seen a variety of surveillance clips today, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did you ever send these to your lawyer?
My lawyer?
Your lawyer, yes.
I could have, I don't remember.
You don't remember? Okay. And who is your lawyer?
Beth Grady.
Okay. Do you remember whether your family had sent any clips to Ms. Grady? Grady?
Not that I know of. My wife might have sent them for me, I don't know.
Okay. But you remember her obtaining clips from you, is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Who, and it sounds as if we're reading again.
Sure.
Let's clean up the direct question.
Did you ever send any clips to your lawyer?
Not that I remember.
Does your security cameras, do they capture the date and time that things occur?
Repeat the question, please.
Yes, sir. Do your security cameras capture the date and time when you're recording?
Yes. Yes.
Do you remember ever looking at the date and time on these clips when you were recording them or sending them to officers?
No.
Do you know if the date time was accurate?
I guess they would be, if they go by Wi-Fi, I'm assuming maybe the dates is automatically recorded, that's all I can know about that.
Just paused.
Mr. Rivas, I'm going to turn and talk to you about some of the relationships of people in your neighborhood that you may have, okay? Do you know a person by the name of Diego Perez?
I know of him, not personally, never met him in person.
How do you remember Mr. Perez? How did you first come in contact with him?
The best I can recall, the neighborhood had found out about some of these situations and instances, and I want to thank that Diego reached out to me, and I want to thank my text, offering his help if ever needed to call him. If I seen somebody on property and I wasn't there, he would, our yards connect, there was 1 yard in between us, but there was not fences cutting his property off from mine. He offered to go over there and check it out if I needed him to.
And so you communicated with Diego through text messages, is that correct?
I don't remember texting him very much. I don't know if I ever texted him, maybe once.
Okay.
Maybe a phone call or two.
Okay.
And the day that I called him might have been once, second, third, I don't know. Might have been the first time I ever called him.
Okay. And did you give Mr. Perez permission to go on your property to check things out from time to time?
Yes.
And do you remember showing some of these surveillance clips of anybody walking around in your house to neighbors?
I don't remember showing anybody. I could have, I'm just saying I don't remember.
Yes, sir. And if you're looking at your house at 220 Satilla, Mr. Perez, is he with you left or right?
To the left.
Do you know how many houses down?
There's one house in between us.
And who's that house between you?
Kenny Wade.
Kenny Wade?
Yeah.
Do you know a person by the name of Matt Albenze?
I don't know the last name, but I know Matt.
You know a Matt?
Yes.
Do you remember whether you ever showed some of the surveillance to Matt?
Possibly. Matt would come, like he was pointing out the mailboxes. Matt was one of the people that has the mailbox there. Matt usually walks over and checks his mail, and I know the garage a lot of times working, and Matt may come up there and talk to me, and I could have showed Matt that.
Yes, sir. And you remember a person by the name of Ronnie Olson or John Olson?
There's a Ronnie across the street, I don't know the last name.
Okay, is it Ronnie across the street from you?
Yes,
Okay, and you know that person?
I just know of him.
Okay.
Yeah, when he walked over also and spoke, but that's about it.
Sure. And he lives directly across the street from you?
Yes.
Did you personally ever put any of these surveillance videos on social media?
No.
Do you know a person by the name of Travis McMichael?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you know that person?
Travis, best I remember, is the son of the youngster too, and when I had my dock under construction, I was down on the dock one evening, but there was a big barge and crane on the water where they were building my dock, and I was standing on my dock in a little small wooden boat with a gentleman and a small boy come up to where the job site was at, and we spoke for 15 minutes or so.
Was that your only interaction with Mr. McMichael, with Travis McMichael?
Yes.
Do you know where Mr. Travis McMichael lived?
Vaguely, I don't know how many houses down it is. I mean, I know the house whenever I pass it by trucks, but I can't tell you how many houses down it is.
And would that be to your left or to your right when you're looking at the
Be to the left on the further side of Diego, going past my house and Diego's house.
Do you know what sort of vehicle Travis McMichael drove?
The only vehicle I remember right off is a gray Ford truck. I don't know if that was Gregory or if that was Travis's truck.
And that was a Ford truck?
Yes.
Do you know a person by the name of Greg McMichael?
Yes.
And how do you know that person?
Greg came to my house one evening out in front of my garage. We had a conversation. A few minutes after we had started talking, his wife came up and he introduced her, and we talked. Couldn't tell you anything specific we talked about, just kind of small talk. I don't remember any of the details. That's the first time that I had ever met Gregory Michael.
Yes, sir. Did you ever have any other interactions with Mr. Greg McMichael?
I did.
And tell me about that.
I know it was after the shooting, and I was putting tools in my job trailer, and he approached me that day, and we was talking, and some of it was talking about what had happened, and he made a comment that he wished people wouldn't be talking about it on social media.
And at that point, had you talked to the media at all about the shooting?
I think I had, one, maybe two, I'm not certain, but I had talked to somebody.
Okay. Did you give TV interviews or audio interviews?
I knew that I had done audio interview. I'm not sure if it was a TV interview that had been done at that time or not.
At some point, have you given a TV interview to anybody?
Yes.
And who was that?
Chris Cuomo on CNN.
On CNN, Cuomo on CNN?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember any other TV stations?
I'm going to say Jack's 4, but I might not be right on that. I'm not sure.
You said Jack's?
Whoever it was came out and interviewed me and videoed it in a video, I do remember that. But I don't know exactly what channel.
Yes, sir. You said that was Jack's 4?
I think so.
Okay. And you said was that your BER?
Yes.
That a different property?
Do what?
Yeah, was that a different property?
Yes, that was in Douglas, Georgia.
And at any point during your interactions with the McMichaels, did you ever give them permission to go on your property, express permission?
No.
Did you ever tell them they couldn't go on your property?
No.
Did you ever personally tell the McMichaels about any prior incidents at your house?
Probably, I'm not sure.
During the course of your conversations with police officers that responded to your house, over the course of the times that you called 911, did you ever tell any of those police officers whether anybody took anything from your house?
Not that I remember.
At some point, did you learn that somebody had been shot near your property?
Repeat the question, please.
At some point, did you learn that somebody had been shot near your property?
Yes.
Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Do you remember what you were doing that day?
I was in the big yard working. I wasn't working, but I had two men with me that was working.
Okay. Do you remember ever calling the police about any incident like that day?
No.
Do you remember talking to any neighbors about it that day?
Yes.
And who was that?
Diego.
And at some point, did you check your surveillance camera?
I did.
About that day?
Yes.
And did you see anything?
I saw part of the clip, the last clips that you showed.
And do you remember emailing those clips to anybody?
No.
Do you remember receiving any sort of video from anybody that day?
No, I'm not really. Well, I believe Diego sent me a short clip. I think he might have sent me, it was probably a text.
Do you remember what that was of?
It was a distance from where the scene was of the shooting. And I think I may remember a fire truck being in the background. Fire truck ran, I'm not sure.
Out of all the times the police came to your house, were you generally satisfied with their response?
Yes.
Do you feel like they did a thorough job?
Yes.
At some point, do you remember giving interviews to any law enforcement regarding anything?
Interviews?
Interviews, yes. Do you remember if anybody from the GBI ever went to your house?
Oh, yes.
And do you remember talking with them?
Yes.
Do you know how many different GBI agents you would talk to?
3 or 4, maybe more.
Do you remember speaking with somebody named Seth Hollander?
No.
Do you remember speaking with somebody named, with the last name Seacrest?
I maybe remember that last name a little bit, but that's all.
And you happen to remember the dates that they came out?
The dates?
Yeah.
No.
1 second, Your Honor. At any point in time, did you authorize the McMichaels to ever confront anybody on your site?
No.
Or to act on behalf of the police on your site, on your construction site? And other than Mr. Perez, did you ever give anybody else express permission to confront anybody on your property?
No.
Do you know somebody by the name of William Bryan?
I know William from videos, not personal.
Do you know if he goes by a nickname of Roddy?
I've heard that.
Have you ever spoken with that person?
No.
Have you ever communicated in any way with that person?
No.
Do you know what that person looks like?
I can't remember. I recognize him. You showed me a photo of him.
If you could stand up briefly, and if you could take a look around the courtroom. I know it's hard because people have masks on.
That's right.
You see Mr. Bryan?
Yeah, I think.
And what is he wearing?
White shirt with gray tie.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state would show that he has ID, Mr. Bryan?
No, not understand. He's identifying the person he's never met and never spoken with. Objection.
I asked if he knew who he was, and he's...
Yeah, I understand he got up and said that if he saw a photograph, he could identify him. And then he was asked to stand up to see if he could identify the person. You're objecting to the identification.
I'm objecting to what the relevance is. If he can identify him today based on things that happened after the shooting, what would that be relevant?
We should have had that before we got into the whole identity part of it, but as far as the identification, the state's request is that the record reflects that he had identified. That's the state's request.
Mr. Rich, could you stand one more time?
He had in fact identified Mr. Bryan as the individual in the white shirt with the gray tie and quarter.
Thank you, Judge. Do you see Mr. Greg McMichael in the courtroom today?
I think that's Greg in the corner, I'm not sure.
Does it look similar to him with the
Looks
mask
something
on?
other than the mask, yes.
And what is he wearing?
This big black suit, black tie.
And you spoke with Mr. Greg McMichael in the past?
Yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, at this time, state asked that let the record reflect that Mr. English has identified Mr. Greg McMichael in the courtroom today. It's asking that the record reflect that.
It does.
Thank you, Judge.
Good question, which the court needs to respond to that.
And Mr. English, did you see Mr. Travis McMichael?
Yes.
And what is he wearing?
Checkered shirt with a dark blue jacket or black jacket.
Have you spoken with him in the past?
Yes.
Does the record reflect that he has identified Mr. Travis McMichael in the courtroom? And that's the person you know as Mr. Travis McMichael?
Repeat the question.
That's the person you know as Mr. Travis McMichael?
Email.
Travis McMichael?
What about it?
That's the person you know.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, yes.
You can have a seat, sir. Thank you. And Mr. English, have you ever spoken in the past to Mr. Bryan?
No,
And you've never communicated with him?
no,
And have you seen him in the neighborhood?
never seen it, no would.
Ever seen him on TV?
Yes,
You remember what you saw him on TV from?
I would object to the relevance of this line of question.
Because I'm just trying to show how we would be able to identify him.
Again, relevant, what's the relevance of the identification?
First things first, I mean, he's already got enough.
Judge, at this further time, no further questions subject to redirect.
State ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're at a good breaking point for lunch. We'll go ahead and break for an hour. If you just please plan to return at just after 1:30. During that period of time, again, do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Don't go looking for any information about the case. And if anybody is talking about the case around you, please let me know, and we'll go ahead and see if we need to get that addressed. So with those instructions and all the other instructions I've given you, enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you back in an hour. Thank you.
All right, for the jury. Please proceed.
All right. So after lunch, we'll play the third part of the video and then move into live witnesses in the afternoon, move back into live witnesses in the afternoon. Anything from the state before we recess? From Travis McMichael.
No, Your Honor.
From Greg McMichael.
No, Your Honor.
From Mr. Bryan.
No, Your Honor.
All right. We recess then until 1:35.
seat, please.
All right, we are back on. All the defendants represented by counsel. We have a new driver, I guess, for the deposition. All right, anything from the state?
No, Judge.
From Travis McMichael?
No, Judge. Wanted to let the court know that we do have one more stack of transcripts for one call that didn't get played in direct that we'll pass out.
I think Greg
We are, if your question was, are we good? We're ready to go? Yes.
We're ready.
Your Honor, I was reminded of one matter that I wanted to address. My understanding while I was cross-examining Investigator Lowry yesterday is that the Right Reverend Al Sharpton managed to find his way into the back of the courtroom. I'm guessing he was somehow there at the invitation of the victim's family in this case. And I have nothing personally against Mr. Sharpton. My concern is that it's one thing for the family to be present. It's another thing to ask for the lawyers to be present. But if we're going to start a precedent, starting yesterday, we're going to bring high-profile members of the African-American community into the courtroom to sit with the family during the trial in the presence of the jury, I believe that's intimidating, and it's an attempt to pressure, could be consciously or unconsciously, an attempt to pressure or influence the jury. To my knowledge, Reverend Al Sharpton has no church in Glenn County, never has. Hasn't been here since Elaine Brown ran for mayor, to my knowledge. But we have all kinds of people. We have school board members. We have county commissioners. We have all kinds of pastors in this town, over 100. The idea that we're going to be serially bringing these people in to sit with the victim's family one after another, obviously there's only so many pastors they can have. And if their pastor's Al Sharpton right now, that's fine, but then that's it. We don't want any more black pastors coming in here, or other Jesse Jackson, whoever was in here earlier this week, sitting with the victim's family, trying to influence a jury in this case. And I'm not saying the state is even aware that Mr. Sharpton was in the courtroom. I certainly wasn't aware of it till last night. But I think the court can understand my concern about bringing people in who really don't have any ties to this case other than political interests. And we want to keep politics out of this case. So I'm asking the court to take appropriate steps to make sure that the gallery, which is already limited in this case, isn't being utilized for a purpose that could be viewed as improper. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other defendants?
We would join that motion. I don't know if it's a motion. What is the motion? It's not really a motion. It's a reminder of the court's previous instructions to keep outside influences outside the courtroom.
From the state?
It's a public courtroom, and I have no idea how the Reverend Al Sharpton appeared to be here. So the state had no part in that whatsoever, so the state is unaware of how that occurred or how he came to be seated with the family.
If a bunch of folks came in here dressed like Colonel Sanders with white masks sitting in the back, I mean, that would be
okay, I don't know what you're like. So let me tell you what I had heard at lunchtime today was, what I had heard yesterday before lunch is that there was going to be, that the Reverend Al Sharpton was going to be appearing on the courthouse and appearing with the family. I was asked at lunch whether the court had any objection to Reverend Al Sharpton coming into the courtroom, and I said, as a member of the public, there are certain limitations on what we can do here, what is going on. And what I was told was, instead of having someone from the family sitting in the courtroom, that he was going to be sitting there instead of somebody else from the family. And my comment to that was simply, as long as things are not disruptive and it's not a distraction to the jury or anything else going on in the courtroom, so be it. But if it violates the court's rules with regard to the conduct of the trial or violates my orders with respect to how people are to conduct themselves in this courtroom, I will take it up with whomever I need to take it up with. Well, I will tell you that I noticed him once and that was it. And the fact that nobody else even noticed that he was in here means that everybody complied with this court's rulings on sitting in this courtroom and listening to the evidence. I don't hear a motion, and I will tell you this, I'm not going to blanketly exclude members of the public from this courtroom. If individuals, based on the limitations that we have in the courtroom, end up sitting in the courtroom, and they can do so respectful of the court's process and in compliance with this court's orders with regard to the conduct of the trial, and they're not a distraction, then I'm not going to do anything about it. And I did not hear from anyone that there was any distraction whatsoever. In fact, what I just heard is nobody was even aware that he was in here, except Mr. Sheffield.
We were aware. It was not a distraction to us.
Maybe I'll understand that, but not a distraction. So again, I'm not sure what the motion was. Well, and I will point out there's a large barrier that sits. You're sitting in the back corner of the courtroom. I'm not even sure the jury would have seen him sitting there. Nobody has brought it to my attention other than what was just presented as an observation by Mr. Goff. I am not making a blanket rule about attendance in this courtroom. And let's not overstate what's going on here, Mr. Goff, because this will become a distraction that we're going to waste a bunch of time on. If you weren't even aware of it until later, I'm not sure what we're doing.
Yeah, what we're doing is, the question is not whether the lawyers are aware of it, the question is whether the jurors are aware of it. 10 of the 12 jurors are sitting in the box and see a good part of the gallery. And we do live in a small town, and that's where we're trying this case. And we have 12 jurors who are trying to maintain their anonymity here. Several have expressed concern about it. When we allow people in this courtroom who are not part of the case but have interest in it, and the jurors can eyeball them and recognize that it's people they know from TV, then that is intimidating. I'm not making a motion at this time, but if it becomes a problem, as it has been a problem for me in other cases in this courtroom, then we're going to bring it back up. And I just don't want anybody to say, we had no idea this was an issue. It's an issue for the Bryan defense.
No motion before the court then. All right. I believe.
Oh, hi. Yeah. So Mr. Goff this morning raised the issue of referencing a polygraph test without mention of the results of that polygraph test. For the record, I just wanted to give the court the citations if you were interested in looking at those cases. The first one is Stack v. State, and that's 234 Georgia 19. I think the actual pin site on that one is 23, and it's a 1975 case. The second one would be White v. State, 255 Georgia 210, 1985. And the last one is Norman v. State, 278 Georgia Court of Appeals. 278 Georgia Court of Appeals, 497, and that is a 2006 case. Thank you.
Thank you. Looks like we have the third part of the deposition ready to go. All right. And everybody's ready. All right. I understand there's nothing further than for the court. Not hearing anything. Let's go get the panel. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready for the continuation of the deposition testimony of Mr. English. Ready to proceed? All right, let's go ahead.
We are back on. The witness is back. Defendants are here represented by counsel, and again, the witness is under oath. Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. English, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to keep my mask on. If you can't hear me at any point, just let me
Your
know.
Honor, at the end of my question, there was something I'd like to clarify. I don't know if you'll allow or not, if I can dwell on just a minute.
I would, Mr. Camarillo will have to redirect at that point if he wants to clear anything up.
Okay.
And that's fine. If it relates to a question asked by Mr. Ribbon, you can explain whatever you need to, but let's move forward with his questioning, and when we get to it, if not, I'm sure Steve will follow that.
Okay. Mr. English, Mr. Camarillo mentioned Beth Grady as your lawyer.
Yes.
And Ms. Grady is here in court today, right?
Yes.
She's sitting behind the prosecution table?
Yes.
You noticed she was passing notes to the prosecution?
Yes.
She doesn't work for the prosecution. Is that correct?
Not that I know of.
Okay. She is related to your wife?
Yes.
Your wife's name is Amy?
And yes.
How is Ms. Grady related to your wife?
I think they're cousins.
Okay. You've had a horrible couple years.
Yes.
I understand. Health-wise, you're suffering from sarcoidosis, you mentioned.
Yes.
Which affects your lungs and your heart.
Yes.
Stress makes it worse. It exacerbates the symptoms.
Yes.
Right? And then, of course, nothing can be more stressful than what you went through after the shooting of Ahmaud Arbery.
Yes.
Right? It affected you personally, correct?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that there were times in the months following the shooting where you yourself felt like you were in danger of being killed?
Oh, yes.
You had someone who actually threatened to bop you.
Yes.
And you took that to mean that you wouldn't get to use your house at 220 Satilla Drive. You were going to be killed.
That's what I was told.
You actually had to call 911 on multiple occasions because people you felt, harassing you, harassing your property, right?
Yes.
And that caused a great deal of fear in you and your family.
Yes.
You weren't sure you were ever going to be able to use your property at Satilla again.
There was a point when I didn't know.
You were scared for yourself, you were scared for your wife, right?
Yes.
You have 2 children below the age of 18, you were scared for them.
Yes.
You were even so fearful you worried about a drive-by shooting as something that was potentially possible.
Yes, I've had those thoughts.
And as a result of that, you have taken it upon yourself with the aid of Ms. Grady, your wife's cousin, to talk to the press, right?
Yes.
And try to explain your actions, even though you weren't ever charged with anything.
Right.
You felt like you yourself were being accused of something you felt like you never did.
Yes.
You didn't have anything to do with the shooting of Ahmaud Arbery, right? You were a homeowner whose home just happened to be the home that he entered upon.
Yes.
And when this thing blew up, you yourself became harassed, right?
Repeat the question, please.
When this thing blew up, when the social media and the national media all of a sudden started covering the case, you yourself became a target.
Yes.
Of people harassing you. And you needed the help of Ms. Grady to navigate through this terrible ordeal you were going
through. Beth?
Yes.
Reached out to me, the best I remember, Beth reached out to me and explained that I was going to need some help.
Okay. And you were grateful for that help?
Yes.
And she has, in fact, helped you interact with the press, right?
Yes.
Interact with investigators, right?
Yes.
Interact with me.
Yes.
right? You remember we had a Zoom call about 1.5 years ago?
I don't recall that, but I'm sure we did.
And Ms. Hogue was on the call. Do you remember that?
I don't remember, I don't recall it.
Okay, you don't disagree that we had.
No, I don't disagree, but I don't recall it.
And your memory, there's some effect from your illness, I take it, on your memory. Is that-
I'm sure everything I went through for the last 6, 7 years affected it.
Okay. Now, Mr. English, you, on the day of the shooting, you found out about the shooting from Diego Perez.
Yes.
Okay. And did you talk to Glenn County investigators on that day or within a couple hours of that day?
Not that I recall.
Do you know if you talked to them the next day?
I don't remember.
You're not saying you did, you just don't remember?
Exactly.
Okay. Mr. Camarillo brought up the fact that you talked to a couple GBI agents. Do you remember that?
I did, I talked to you guys.
He mentioned one, Seth Hollander. You don't remember that person by name, but you do remember meeting with GBI agents.
I remember meeting with 2 or 3 different ones.
Okay. You met with one, and I can refresh your memory if you need it. You met with one on May 6, 2020. Does that ring a bell?
No.
If I showed you a transcript and let you read a couple lines, might that refresh your memory?
Probably.
May I, Your Honor?
Good.
And I don't want to cause any concern. How do I approach Mr. English?
One of us should do this. Once you just pass it here, I'll pass it around.
Okay, and what do I need to read?
Yeah, use your glasses. We just read a few lines of the, turn that cover page over, and there's a few lines of your conversation. See if that refreshes your memory of meeting with Mr. A GBI agent named Hollander.
You want to read it out loud, or you want to read it?
Just to yourself. Just see if it refreshes your memory, because I know it's a long time ago. Does that refresh any recollection, Mr. English?
I remember having some of that conversation with somebody, but I don't know exactly who it was.
Okay. And you wouldn't disagree with me if I told you that that conversation took place on May 6, 2020, right?
If it took place, I can't tell you what day.
Okay. Subsequent to that date, you called 911. Do you remember calling on May 8th, 2020?
No.
Do you remember calling about a man in a maroon Jeep with custom wheels walking around your home?
No.
With looking at the call detail report, refresh your memory?
I don't remember a maroon Jeep.
Okay. Do you remember calling again on the 9th and complaining to the dispatcher about people driving up on your property and asking the Glenn County Police to check on your property on the 9th?
I know the day of one of the protests, facing people in the yard with rode a motorcycle and they got some donuts, and then there was also some people walked up to the front door and looked in the windows.
Did you call 911 once you noticed that they were on your property?
I may have, I don't remember for sure.
And you also, in fact, had a recording of you holding your cell phone, and on your cell phone, you were watching the protests in your neighborhood. Do you remember that?
I'm not gonna say I did, but I don't remember.
You remember watching the protests in your neighborhood?
I watched them all by.
In Satilla Shores, you were watching while they walked by, and this is when the man said you're going to be bopped.
Yes, that particular day, I had HVAC guys there, and they was going to be paid when they got through, so me and my son stayed in the backyard away from the protest.
It's pretty frightening.
Sir?
It was pretty frightening.
I couldn't understand.
It was pretty frightening.
Yes, yes.
Do you recall calling the police again when trespassers were turning water on and off on your property?
I don't remember. I don't remember having any issues with water, not that I know of.
With looking at your call detail report, refresh your memory?
If you ask me, that's going to get me to look at that.
Only if it would help refresh your memory.
It won't help. If I can't remember, I apologize.
That's okay. When did Ms. Grady call you to talk to you about helping you?
I don't even remember what brought it about. I don't know if she saw it on TV. I don't know how she found out about it or what brought that on.
Well, after your first meeting with the GBI, you had a second meeting with Agent Sechrist on the 15th of May, correct? She was with you at that meeting, right?
She was with me at the one meeting, yeah.
Okay.
I think that was the meeting, maybe if I remember right, that they were requesting mine my wife's phones, and maybe she was supposedly supposed to download the information that was supposed to relate to this rather than taking all the information.
And in that meeting with Agent Sechrist is where you walked through with the agent where your boat was at different times. Does that ring a bell?
I could have. I mean, I've told so many people the story out here, I don't remember that.
Okay. Well, let's go back then to the beginning of all of this for you.
Okay.
You testified earlier that you bought the property, I think, 4 or 5 years ago.
Something
and about a year later after that, you started building your dream house, your vacation house on Satilla Drive.
Right.
Okay. You're going to live on the water, or at least have use of a house on the water, Satilla River, and enjoy that as you got a little bit older. I know your health was a concern at that point, right?
Yes.
Initially, you had, I think you said 2 cameras out there, or 3 cameras out there?
They come in pack in a bundle. I can't remember if the first bundle had 5 or 3. I can't remember, but they come in bundles. Hey, but I want to say there was only 3 of them that we can get connection off of.
Okay. Initially, you had a camera on the dock, right?
Yes.
Now, we watched some surveillance video earlier where we saw an intruder walking across the metal plank. Is that the camera that was initially up?
Yes.
Okay, so that's number 1.
Yes.
And I think you said earlier that you had a second camera on the back of your house. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you. Photograph that I'm marking as Travis McMichael exhibit number 1. Okay?
Okay.
May I approach?
I think it's the easiest way. I thought it would be doing this, but honestly, with me getting involved in it, that may be easier if you could just stay as far from the witness as possible and just hand it to.
Mr. English, take a look at Travis McMichael exhibit number 1. yourself. I use your red porta potty to do it. Does that, you understand what you're looking at in that photograph?
Yes.
Okay, could you tell us what you're looking at?
It's an area of my property and the adjacent property around
And do you see your particular property on there?
it. Yes.
Does it appear to be a fair and accurate representation of your property?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I would at this point tender Travis McMichael exhibit number 1.
Okay.
Mr. English, I'm going to hand you a pen. Again, I don't want to do anything that's going to upset you. If you have a pen, and do you have a pen?
No.
Can I hand you a pen?
You what?
Can I hand you a pen?
Yes.
Okay.
There's no document camera in this courtroom, is there?
Like in Elmo?
Yeah.
Not that I'm aware of. Mr. English, would you mark on that photograph, directly on it, where the camera for the backyard was and for the dock? I know the dock's not shown because there's a metal roof, but approximately where it would be.
The one on the back of the house is the best of my recollection.
The one on the back of the house?
Yes.
Mhm. You can just hang on to that pen if you want, just for now, anyway. And so, and I'll help. You marked, if you're looking at the back of your house from the dock, the far left corner of your house, right?
Sir.
If you're looking at the back of your house from the dock,
Far left corner.
far left corner and on the dock on the left-hand side of the dock.
Yes.
Okay. You testified that you put those cameras up because of concerns about liability.
Partially liability.
Right? I mean, Kenny Wade, your next-door neighbor, had told you about kids coming around, and you thought it would be a good idea. It was dangerous down by the dock. It would be good to have a couple cameras.
Right.
Not only that, but you did have valuables at your house at that point, right?
Yes.
And so cameras, of course, would help protect you from any intruders that were stealing things off your property.
Yes.
And that was another reason to have a camera.
Yes.
Okay. Eventually, we'll talk about it a little bit more detail, but eventually you added 7 more cameras?
Me 5 or 7. I don't remember. It was, they come in bundles and I added them. And some of them we didn't even use, I don't think. I think we had a couple we didn't even use, I'm not sure.
Okay. You had 3 cameras in the front of your house, is that true?
Yes.
You had 1 camera in the garage?
Yes.
You had 1 camera in your living room?
Yes.
You had 2 cameras on the back of the house?
Right corner, left corner, yes.
And 2 at the dock?
Yes.
Those last bunch of cameras you installed in November after the white couple came in and then the black male came into your house, correct?
I don't remember exactly what day it was.
Okay. May I approach, Sean?
Yes.
Mr. English, I'm handing you what is Travis McMichael exhibit number 2. If you'll look at that for a second. Do you recognize that?
Do I?
Do you recognize that photograph?
Oh, yeah.
What do you recognize it to be?
That's my house.
Okay, is that a fair and accurate representation of your house?
Yeah.
As it existed back in May of 2020?
Couldn't tell you what it looked like in May of 2020.
Okay, fair enough. Your Honor, at this point, I would tender into evidence Travis McMichael exhibit number 2.
Can you
few more information, a little bit more information about timing of when that photograph was taken, if possible.
Mr. English,
Who took the photograph?
that photograph was taken by my investigator.
Do you have a general date?
It would have been in May of 2020, May or June of 2020.
If he agrees or disagrees whether that would be what it looked like at or about that time.
Okay. Mr. English, does that sound accurate, that photo depicts what your house looked like in May or June of 2020?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay.
At the stage, I couldn't. I know that's my house, but I couldn't tell you what stage it was in at that point.
Did that photograph allow you to depict on the front of the house where your cameras were located?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I would tender that photograph, Travis Michael number 2, for the purpose of allowing Mr. English.
Let him mark it, and then your tender. And then what you're tendering is just the locations of the camera. It doesn't have anything to do with the house.
Okay. Right. Using your pen, Mr. English, will you mark on that photograph where your cameras were located? Your Honor, at this point, I would tender the evidence Travis McMichael was at number 2 to show where the cameras were located as depicted in the photograph.
No objection, Judge, and I know he'll have another witness that'll be able to tender the date that was taken.
Well, at this point, it's admitted for that purpose, for the location of the cameras.
Mr. English, you noted on here with your black circles 3 cameras in the front of the house. One by the RV boat garage facing the house at the far left-hand corner, right?
Yeah.
One on the right-hand side of the 2-car garage, right?
Yes.
And then one near your front door.
The one near the front door, I probably marked the wrong location. It should be on the right-hand, very right corner of the house.
Should be further over?
Yeah, those cameras were moved a time or two. When we were doing construction, doing the side, and they had to be taken down and put them back up. And I think I may have even at one point added an extra one at the front.
So you might have had actually 4 at one time.
No, I don't think it was 4. There would have been, probably wouldn't have been more than 3 the whole time.
Okay, but the one that's depicted on the right-hand side might have been even further to the right at different times.
Right.
Okay. All right.
To the best I recall.
Fair enough. In going through all the videos that you watched today, cameras at the dock, cameras in the back of the house, cameras in the front of the house, at no point do you see anyone stealing any items, right?
Stealing anything?
Correct. At no point do you see someone carrying out of your house items that belong to you.
No.
And yet you know that items are missing from the boat that was parked in your house, right?
Yes. Well, now, I don't know for sure if it was in the house when it happened. I don't have video, and at one point I assumed that it happened at the house, but I can say it for sure happened at the house.
And as we sit here today, you don't know where the items were taken or who took them.
No.
But at the time, and I'm talking about October, November, December 2019, January and February of 2020, you knew items were taken, you knew the boat had been parked in the house, correct?
I knew the boat had been at the house at one point, but I had also moved it back into the Douglas multiple times.
Right. But you knew the items were taken, and you knew the boat had been parked at the house, correct?
At one time it had, but I don't know if items were taken while it was at the house.
But that's not what you told the police, is it?
I don't know that.
Okay, we're going to walk through it then.
Okay.
The state showed you a video of children coming into your yard during the daytime and taking some plywood.
Yes.
Are those Subi Lawrence's kids, do you know?
Is it what?
Are they Subi Lawrence's kids?
Yes.
Okay, so Sudi
Looking
lives,
at the video, I assume that that's what she is.
and you know Sudi as the woman who lives across the street, who has 2 boys, right?
Or 3,
Or 3 boys?
I think so.
Okay. When did you meet Sudi?
I can't recall exactly when. As earlier was stated, there are multiple mailboxes there. One of those mailboxes is hers, and when she stopped to check the mail in the evening, I think in there, she may introduce herself. But I think that's how it come about.
But the video depicting the boys coming onto your property, that's not the first time you saw people coming on your property, right?
Probably not.
The first time you saw someone coming on the property was at night, and it was that first 911 phone call.
Yes, on video, yes.
Okay. You didn't have any problem with those boys coming on, right?
No.
It's daytime, and boys will be boys.
I knew who it was.
Better for them to be playing in the street, like you said, than on video games.
That's the way I feel about it.
You didn't have a problem with gawkers in the neighborhood coming to look at your new house, right?
Repeat that.
You didn't have a problem with gawkers in the neighborhood.
Doctors?
Let me use a different word. People who were curious about your new construction. As long as it was daytime and they were just not hurting anything, you were okay with it.
Not really okay with it, because the time we live in, the liability is so great, and there's so many attorneys looking for a liability suit. So I really don't welcome it, but it's not out of the ordinary.
Kind of comes with the territory of building a house.
Yes.
And as a contractor, as you testified, that's fairly common.
Yes.
It's different when someone comes on your property at night.
Yes.
It's scarier.
Yes.
You don't know why they're there, right?
Right.
You don't know what they want.
No.
You don't know if your valuables will still be there in the morning when you come to your house.
Right.
It's pretty scary. Let's go to October 25th, 2019. That's the first time you called 911 because of something you saw on your cameras, correct?
The best I remember, I'm not sure about the dates.
That's the first time you actually interacted with Officer Rash. Is that true?
I'm not sure exactly when me and Rash had our first conversation.
That is in evidence as State's Exhibit 149. You listened to that call earlier, Mr. English, correct?
Sure.
We listened to that call on October 25th, 2019, earlier today.
Might have, I don't recall exactly my date.
Okay. This is the call, sir, in which you notified 911, or not 911, the non-emergency number dispatcher that you had a trespasser on your property. Right?
Yes.
And you described him, tattoos down the arms.
Yes.
Black male, curly looking hair, plundering around.
Yes.
Okay. You told the operator you needed him checked out.
Yes.
He looked like he was drunk or on drugs.
Yes.
Now let's be honest, Mr. English, you weren't concerned about his safety at that point. You were concerned about your property.
Both.
Well, that's not what you told the operator. You wanted him checked out, you wanted him removed from the property. It didn't look good, right? That's what you said.
I don't remember saying the word removed, but I guess if it's in there, I said it.
Do you recall the operator saying to you, you want us to go find out what he's doing and have him removed from the property? And you responded, Yes, ma'am, if you would, I would appreciate it.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
It didn't look good because there's no reason for this intruder to be on your property at 10:04 p.m. on a Thursday night, right?
The part that didn't look good to me was he looked unstable and was going down the walkway down to the floating dock.
And you didn't know what he wanted, why he was there, right? In fact, you called again a few minutes later. That was not played for you on direct examination. We're going to play it now, okay?
Okay.
Don't do that. Don't do that. You go to the, yeah, go ahead. Click on this. Yes. And here to the left. Down. Well, click on that. You can navigate to it.
But y'all switch spots real quick. Once you navigate to it, so we can
You want the second one?
Yeah, 1025. And Judge, we don't object to the authenticity of this document. For the reasons stated to the
It's, we can use that. It's S-150.
Yes, ma'am, this is Larry English. I had called earlier about a trespasser on property at 220 Cecil Drive.
She trying to tell him, yes, sir?
My cameras is going off, and I seen the deputy has made it there, but the guy has left. He walked off the property and went across the street. So I don't know where he apparently wasn't driving anything. He was walking, but he did walk off the property.
Okay, and can you tell which way he went?
It looked like he went away from the house toward the street and went over towards, there's a kind of whitish yellow brick house over on the corner. He kind of went in that direction towards the whitish looking brick house across the street. And I've got, is there a way I could send it, if I can get this picture off my phone, blown up, is there a way I could email it or text it to you, a copy of the picture, or I don't know if that would do any good for down the road or for any purpose down the road.
Well, what I can do is I can get the officer to give you a call, and they may be able to work something out with you to try to get that picture to them.
Okay, if you could do that, I appreciate it. Maybe they could just kind of patrol the neighborhood at their convenience if they did who they was looking for, then I could at least confront him about it. Maybe he wouldn't come back.
Yes, sir. All right. What I'm going to do is go ahead and get this in for you, okay? When the officer calls you and they come to the phone, make sure your phone is running no number. Just make sure that your phone is able to accept those kind of calls so that you answer when he calls you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Bye.
Mr. English, you told the operator that that this intruder was walking across the street to the yellow whitish house, correct?
Yes.
That's Subi Lawrence's house.
Yes.
Did you call Miss Lawrence to notify, to alert her that there was a strange man in the neighborhood coming towards her house?
I don't recall.
Did you call any neighbor, to your recollection, to notify her about a strange man being in the neighborhood?
Did I notify anybody to call her?
Yeah.
Possible, and I don't remember.
Okay. Did you ever have a conversation with Miss Lawrence about the fact that this man came from your property and was heading towards her property?
I could have, but I don't remember.
On October 25th, if you'll accept that that's the date of this call, this man who comes at 10 o'clock at night, he looks suspicious to you, right?
Yes.
There was no reason, no legitimate reason in your mind for him to be on your property that late at night, plundering around, as you put it.
No.
Okay. In fact, it was concerning. What struck you is you have a 16-year-old daughter at that time.
Yes.
And what if she had been on that property, maybe in the camper, and she stumbled upon this guy, and then who knows what could have happened?
Judge, objection to speculation.
Well, that's what you told the agent, isn't it?
I think I remember something to that effect.
So you're asking questions based upon his statements to agents, or to an agent. Okay, I understand. Good.
That was a concern of yours.
Yes.
Not only the property that was in the house or on the dock, but the safety of your child. Right?
Yes.
That's something that went through your mind back in October, November of 2019.
Yes.
A couple weeks later, a white couple comes onto your property, right?
I get that timeline.
If I told you the date was November 17th, would you disagree with that date?
I couldn't disagree.
Okay. Now let's back up. So October 25th, an officer did respond, and you heard your voice, you offered to send a clip of the video to the officer. Right?
Yes.
That first officer who responded, that would be Officer Rash.
Okay.
Is that right?
To my recollection, yes.
Okay. You said in the 911 call, when the white couple was there, that you had stuff stolen 1.5 to 2 weeks prior.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
1.5 to 2 weeks prior is about when this black male came onto your property, right?
I didn't look at the timelines.
Okay. Looking at a calendar for 2019, 2020, if the first phone call is the 25th of October, right? If, right? And if this second phone call is the 17th of November, that's a couple weeks later, right?
Looks to be, yes.
Okay. So that's the first call in November of 2019. It's this white male and female coming onto your property. Correct?
Yes.
They're in your garage, and you say to the operator, this is where stuff was stolen.
Yes.
So sometime between October 25th, where that first phone call was made, and November 17th, you realized that the stuff from your boat had been stolen. Right?
Yes.
Do you know when you realized it had been stolen?
Like I said, it was when the HVAC guys were there putting in a dry vent, and a few days later I went to look at the work, and like I said, it was on the ladder, and I noticed the pool was gone.
Okay. So, but it was in that, it must have been in that time frame, right, given what you say on the 911 call?
It was in that time frame when I was aware that it was missing, but I don't know
when it was
taken.
when it was actually taken. The EPIRB, the satellite thing.
Yeah.
It's smallish, correct?
It's about 12 inches tall, maybe about 6 inches wide. It was in a box.
Okay. And someone could obviously just pick it up and haul it off?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't see who did it?
No.
Right? Could have been that white couple there.
Yes.
Could have been the black male who had been in on the 25th.
Yes.
Could have been when the boat was stored somewhere else.
Yes.
You didn't know?
Don't know.
Okay. But what you're telling the dispatcher on November 17th is they're in the garage where stuff was stolen. That much you knew.
Repeat that, please.
What you told the dispatcher is they're in the garage where stuff was stolen.
Yes.
That's what you did know.
That's what I said.
Okay.
And at the time, that's what I believed.
And you thought maybe they're homeless?
Yes.
This couple?
Yes.
The guy's belt was unbuckled, right?
Yes.
He'd come from the direction of the porta potty. Maybe he had just used your porta potty.
Yes.
Right? And in fact, in May of 2020, May 6th, when you met with the first GBI agent, you actually told that GBI agent it wasn't that couple. They're homeless. You're 100% sure it was not that couple. They were in and out so quick.
I don't recall saying that.
Okay. We're looking at your transcript. Refresh your recollection.
I don't recall saying 100%. I don't recall that discussion.
We're looking at the transcript of that interview with the agent. Refresh your recollection.
It wouldn't do any good. I don't remember. If I read it, it wouldn't make any difference.
It wouldn't make a difference.
I mean, I wouldn't remember any better.
Okay. Do you have that transcript, sir? Do you have it with you? I have that. On November 17th, for the second call, called twice, and we've listened to those calls, right? Do you need your memory refreshed about that second call?
I don't.
Okay. You told the operator that the couple was, you thought, in the cabin of the boat trying to steal electronics.
I was concerned about that, yes.
Because electronics were missing from your boat, right?
The EPIRB.
The EPIRB. You said the big boat had stuff stolen. It looks like they're doing it again.
I could have said that possibly.
When you say again, though, but you've never seen them steal it the first time.
Right.
Could have been them.
Yes.
Could have been the black male that was coming in your house.
Yes.
Right? You'd only been there once by that point. Right?
Who had been there once?
The black male.
I'm not sure about the times in the paper.
Well, the very next night, that same black male came back to your house, November 18th, right? We listened to the call. Do you remember?
I remember listening to the call, but I don't know the day or the time.
Would you disagree if I told you it was November 18th, the very next night?
I would disagree.
In fact, you told the operator, he's back. We just had somebody here last night, now this guy's here tonight, right?
I probably said something to that nature.
You said it looks like it's the same guy from 1.5 to 2 weeks ago. That's what you told the operator, right?
Best I remember.
Okay. With looking at a transcript of your call, help refresh your memory.
Listening to a transcript would help me.
You're listening to the call?
Yes.
Okay, we can put it up. Thank you. It is space number 157.
Girl, that's
Larry English from 220 Castilla Drive. I called last night, and there's somebody back over there on the property again tonight.
Mr. English, you called last night, that would be the white couple, and now there's somebody back here tonight, that would be the black male, right?
Yes. I just talked to Officer Rash, and
You said you just talked to Officer Rash.
Yes.
So you already had met Officer Rash, right?
Okay.
And that would have been the only other time you called before the first, well, it would have been the time before you called the night before. Bad question, I'm sorry. You already knew Officer Rash by the 18th, right? You just said, I've already talked to Officer Rash.
I already knew Officer Rash, I know about the day.
But you already had a cell phone by that time?
Yes.
Okay.
He said he's not on duty, so he told me to call it again.
Yes, sir, you said this was 220 Castilla Drive?
Yes, ma'am, 220 Castilla Drive, and tonight it's a black male not wearing a shirt, got tattoos on his arms, and a pair of looks like maybe light colored shorts.
This is November 18th. The black male has no shirt on. Did that concern you?
No.
You normally walk around without a shirt in mid-November at night?
I don't know.
Okay, you said no shirt and light colored shorts?
It looked like, yes, the black and white, it's infrared camera, but it looked like it's light colored shorts. And tattoos, the same guy that was over there about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago.
So you recognize him as the same guy there the first time that you called 911?
He looked very similar.
And in fact, well, he had tattoos, right?
Yes.
Twisty hair?
The best I recall.
Yes, sir. Can you tell what he's doing?
He was just wandering around under the carport looking in the boat.
You describe him looking in the boat. It's not the same, it's not the offshore boat.
No.
This is now another boat because you've already removed the offshore boat.
Right.
Okay. Did it concern you that he was looking in your boat?
A little bit, but when I seen him kind of turn and walk off, I wasn't alarmed about it.
You'd already had your boat vandalized once before.
Yes.
And now this guy's looking in your boat. You can actually see him looking in your boat.
Yes. I'm going down the road with my camera's on. I'm going down the road. He just kind of looks like he doesn't know good.
Okay. Yes, sir. Okay. This is your property?
Ma'am?
This is your property?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, they had a situation with some guy 2.5 weeks ago. He was on about 3 different people's cameras out there in the neighborhood.
Well, that's pretty alarming, isn't it? Same guy's back again?
Yes.
At night?
Yes.
After dark?
Yes.
For no legitimate purpose that you knew of?
No.
In fact, you say it looks like he's up to no good. I mean, what other conclusion could you have drawn, right?
Right.
You said he is seen in the neighborhood on 3 different cameras, and you testified on direct exam. You're not sure whose cameras those were?
I don't. I really don't remember saying that or where I got that from. I knew there was more people in there that had cameras.
And you're not lying to the dispatcher when you say that, right?
I don't consider myself being lying.
I mean, you never intended to lie to the police, right?
I have no motivation to.
To a dispatcher, right? to a neighbor about what was happening at your house?
No.
You never purposefully said anything untruthful?
No.
Okay. The morning before this guy came, the black male on the 18th, you had removed the boat and installed more cameras, right?
I don't know about those days.
Okay, it's on the call.
And if the officer that goes out, if you could give him a message, if you give me a call, I don't know if you got the number, 922-218-9905.
Yes, just 1 second, okay? And you said that you have been having a issue last night as well?
Yes, but it was different ones last night. It was a white male and a female last night. And I did send Officer Powers, I sent him a video of it. And I can send him a video of this same guy tonight. I can send him also, if they'll give me that number to send him to, I'll send him a video.
Okay. So you're watching that on a camera?
Yeah, well, I just installed, went down today and picked up one of those, supposed to bring it back to keep from stealing electronics off of it, and I put 2 more cameras up, and the new camera I put up this morning today, this evening, calling up under the garage.
Yes, sir. And what was your name, sir?
Does that refresh your memory that you put up more cameras that day?
Yes.
Okay, now that day is the 18th of November. You wouldn't disagree?
Whatever the date was on that conversation.
Okay. You were sending the videos, Officer Rash, Officer Powers, clips of your videos. You were calling as soon as you can, as soon as you got alerted on your phone. You were concerned.
Yes.
Now your house was being broken into, intruded upon by someone you didn't know and hadn't authorized to be there.
Yes.
Right? It was concerning to you. Concerning enough that the next day after this call, you talked to Diego Perez about it on the 19th.
Possibly, yes.
By the way, on the 18th, you don't know where this guy went. The black male that came on your property kind of disappeared without you really seeing where he went, correct?
Yeah,
So just because you have the cameras doesn't mean you see everything around your house when someone's in there.
Right.
And the frustrating part was at this point now 3 times your property's been violated, people have been coming on your property, and you still couldn't get the police officer there in time to catch him, in time to talk to him.
Yes.
Or give him a trespass warning or anything.
Yes.
Right? And so you talked to Diego Perez. You remember that?
I guess we talked. I don't remember if it was a talk or a text or how it come about.
Okay. I'm going to show you a copy of the text messages between you and Mr. Perez. See if you recognize it.
They're on that flash fire. If you want to pull them up, it might be the same one.
They are. We'll just use your number.
Sure.
Mr. English, can you see what's in front of you? And on your screen, can you see this exhibit? And I'm going to name it in a second. Do you see it on your video, on your monitor?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 118. By agreement, we're going to call it that. Take a look at it, see if you recognize it. Mr. English, you recognize State's Exhibit 118 as a text thread between you and Diego Perez?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would tender to evidence State's Exhibit 118.
No objection.
See if you can clarify something for me. Who contacted who first there?
I just didn't have the court have a question for me before I
You
answered.
said you had a question, I was admitting the document.
Okay.
It's in, so you can go.
Okay. To give you some direction, Mr. English, your responses are in green.
Yes.
And Mr. Perez's are in blue.
Okay.
So he reaches out to you first.
He did reach out to me first.
I'm asking you.
No, I don't remember. I'm asking you by the phone records who contacted who first.
Well, the first contact is on November 19th, 2019 at 6:28:12. And that might not be an accurate time, but it's what's depicted in this exhibit. Okay?
So who contacted who first?
That's Mr. Perez texting you.
So he contacted me first.
That's what it appears to be from the exhibit.
That's what I thought, but I wanted you to clarify that to get it right.
And you have him in your phone as Diego Satilla Shores.
I don't know if I put the last name in there or not, but I probably have him in there with Diego.
Well, look at the exhibit.
Oh, Diego Satilla Shores, yes. I thought you were saying his last name, yes.
No, his last name's not Satilla Shores.
Well, I didn't understand clearly what you said.
I understand. That's how you have him in your phone?
Yes.
Okay. And that's his phone number next to it?
As far as I know, yes.
And he's texting you. And it says, goodness, if you catch someone on your cameras, let me know right away. I can respond in mere seconds. Right?
Yes.
Now, he's responding to something when he texts this to you. Does it not appear that way to you?
Repeat that, please.
He's responding. He says goodness. But what's he saying goodness about?
I don't know. That's what I didn't understand when it started out with goodness. I didn't understand that.
Do you recall sending video clips of these intruders to Mr. Perez?
That could have been it, yes.
And that could be his response to you sending him
that makes
video?
sense, yes.
Okay. All right. And he says if you catch someone on your cameras, call him, because he can get there like that.
Yes.
He only lives a couple houses down.
Yes.
Right? Is it 2 houses or 3 houses down?
There's one house between my house and you.
So it's Kenny Wade and then Diego Perez.
Right.
So he can get there quicker than Officer Rash or Officer Powers.
Yes.
And getting there quickly is important to you. Right?
Yes.
Because 3 times now, twice one guy and once this white couple have come on your property and the police have responded quickly, but not quickly enough to catch them.
Yes.
Perez is offering you another alternative, right?
Yes.
He's offering you your house and a half house away neighbor to come respond.
Yes.
Okay. And he says, it's totally up to you. Our yards connect in the back. I can go either way, through the front or back, with your permission. Thank you for texting me, which indicates to you, does it not, that you sent him something?
Repeat that, please.
He says, thank you for texting me. Right?
Yes.
Doesn't that indicate to you you sent him?
Apparently I sent him clips. Yeah.
Clips, okay. And he said he offers to put up another camera that faces that way so he can catch whoever is intruding on your property.
Right.
Okay. And you say, hey, this is Larry English next to Mr. Wade, wondering if you've ever seen any of these people. Thanks. Apparently, again, you sent him clips of people.
Yes.
Okay. And then you say to him, you have my permission. Thanks again. Right?
That's what it says in the text, yes.
You're giving him permission to come on your property if you ever need help.
Yes.
Okay. He says, I don't recognize them. I can't say I've ever seen them in the neighborhood before. I've had tools stolen right out of my truck. I'll keep an eye out and make the rounds in the evening before I go to bed.
Yes.
Right? And you received that message, and you were aware that Diego Perez was offering to essentially be a neighborhood watch for your property.
Yes.
And if he saw something, he offers to pen the guy up until the police could arrive.
I don't know if that would have been the way it would have happened.
Well, he says, you say thank you very much. He says, yes, sir, thank you for sharing the information. Is there a usual time they're around, or is it at different random times? I have night vision goggles, and if they come around at a certain time, I may be able to intercept them or pen them up for the police. I can't stand thieves or people who disrespect property.
Yes, I think I remember reading that.
And then you tell him what times they come, twice around 10 o'clock, once around 6 o'clock. And he says, good to know.
Yes.
And you say, okay.
Yes, but I didn't ask him to pin them up.
No, you didn't, but he offered and you were fine with that.
No, I just want to clarify, I don't ask him to do that.
But you were fine with that.
Yes.
You tell him not to.
Yes. I said thanks, I said fine, you have permission, yes.
Of course, because you're an hour and a half away, 2 hours away, and he's right there. Why wouldn't you accept that offer, right? I mean, it's the neighborly thing that he's offering. He's trying to look out for you, and you're grateful for it.
Yes.
He's being a nice guy.
Yes.
Nothing wrong. You don't really know Diego.
Never met him.
Never met him, but he was nice enough to reach out, and you reach back, and you send him clips, and he was going to do what he could to protect your property.
Yes.
And that sounds like a good deal.
Good night.
Okay. He's not law enforcement, right?
Not that I know.
Or he's not even ex-law enforcement, as far as you know. He works in the VA, right?
Not that I know.
Did he work? Did you understand him to work at the VA?
Diego?
Yes.
I don't agree.
Okay. And so Diego kind of became your contact to the neighborhood. Other than the police, he was the person you were most in touch with when you had intruders on your property.
I either called Officer Rash or the other officer.
Officer Powers.
Yes.
Is that so? Either Officer Rash, Officer Powers, or Diego Perez.
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, sometimes you even called Diego when you didn't even call the police.
Possibly, I don't remember.
Okay, well, we'll refresh your memory in just 1 second. So up to this point, we're talking about mid-November. You've had a black male on October 25th, the same black male on November 18th, and you had a white couple on the 17th of November, right? According to these...
According to the dates you say, yes.
All these things, okay. The state played for you your 911 call on December 1st, 2019. That's where you see the car parked near the bridge. Remember that?
I remember car at the bridge.
Okay. You say to the dispatcher that the neighbors think it's someone living under the bridge who's responsible for things happening in your neighborhood, right?
Something that I'd say the best of them.
Do you know who you heard the rumor from?
I did not.
Were you aware that Greg McMichael had called 911 in July about the homeless guy under the bridge causing problems?
No.
Okay. Do you know if it was Diego who might have mentioned this homeless guy?
I do not know.
You say that stuff had been stolen out of your boat, so you're still telling the dispatcher as of December 1st, stuff was stolen out of your boat while the boat was at the house, is what you're implying.
I said that, yes.
Okay. You sent Diego Perez the video on the 19th. You authorized him to stop any individual who was on your property till the police got there. Not anything improper. You thought that was the proper thing to do, right?
Yes.
And you then called or texted with Diego on the 11th of February, the night that Travis McMichael called 911.
I don't remember the date.
Okay. Do you recall a time when Travis McMichael encountered a black male on your property?
I remember that. I remember that there was a few people, I don't know who all was involved, but some people had tried to find out who it was, and he was supposedly on the property, and Travis had went by on the street and saw him.
Okay.
That's the best I remember of it.
You weren't there. You don't know exactly what happened. These are things you heard after the fact.
Yes.
Okay. That night, though, you got alerted on your video, on your cell phone, right?
I don't remember. I got alerted that night or not. Seemed like I may have. I don't remember.
Well, we saw the video. It's in evidence. State's Exhibit 117. That's the black male intruder on your property on the 11th of February, right?
It looks similar, yes.
And that's what you told the police, that this guy looks similar. It's the same guy on the 25th of October, 18th of November, now the 11th of February. That's as best as you could tell, it's the same guy.
Yes.
Okay. You didn't call the police when you got alerted. You called Diego, right?
I don't remember. I guess I did if it was in there. I don't remember.
There's no 911 call from you on the 11th of February. Is that true? You've not been shown one today.
I don't remember. Repeat the question, please.
You did call the police on February 11th when you got alerted on your phone of this intruder. You called Diego.
Possibly, I guess. I don't remember.
And you sent him the video.
Okay.
Is that right?
If he had a video, I sent it to him, yes.
Okay. And you called Diego because you wanted a quick response to this guy.
Yes.
It's now the third time he's on your property. He's yet to be caught. He has no business being on your property, right?
Right.
He's not there for any legitimate purpose you know of, right?
Right.
You want him gone.
Yes.
And Diego was the quickest way to get him gone. Because he could get there quicker than Rash or Powers or anybody else in Glenn County.
When you say gone, I want to clarify that. When I went,
you didn't want him hurt.
Apprehended, find out what he's doing, ask him not to come back.
Off your property.
But as far as gone, I wouldn't use that word.
Okay, I apologize. I don't mean anything harmful to him, but you wanted him off your property.
Yes.
Now, this was frustrating to you.
Yes.
Stuff was being stolen. You didn't know where it was stolen or who stole it, but he had no business being on your property.
Right.
The reason, besides that he could get there quicker, that you wanted Diego to know is because he's got 3 girls.
Yes.
And again, you're thinking like a father. You have a girl. At the time was 16 years old, right?
Yes.
You have a son who's 11 or so?
Yes.
Diego's got 3 girls, right?
Yes.
Subi has 2 boys across the street?
Yes.
You don't know what this guy's doing in the neighborhood, right?
Right.
You don't recognize him.
No.
You don't know why he's in a dark house at night, plundering around, as you put it, right?
Right.
You don't know if he's a danger or not. You just don't know.
Right.
So you're calling Kenny Wade, you're calling Diego Perez, you're letting people know that he's going over to Subi's because it doesn't feel good to have this guy lurking around.
Right.
You texted Diego on the 19th of November, on the 11th of February, and again on February 23rd, the day of the shooting.
Yes.
You're communicating with Diego about what's showing up on your camera.
Yes.
And that's the 4th time that you know of that this guy's in your house 3 times at night, right?
The best I can recall.
Except we've seen a video today from December 17th, 3 different clips. Same guy at night at your house. Do you want me to refresh your memory, show you that?
Yes, I understand what you said.
Okay. This guy's back on December 17th. It states, I'm sorry. States Exhibit 124. A, B, and C. Do you recall getting alerted to this video?
No.
There's no 911 call. Are you aware of any 911 call on this night?
No.
Is it possible that he came on your property, you didn't even know it?
Yes, it's possible.
Were you in the hospital around late December 2019?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Do you know that you received a text message from Officer Rash around this same time period, right?
It was brought to my attention that there was a text message from him that hadn't been opened.
Hadn't been opened, it was to your phone, but you hadn't opened it.
Right.
Is it because you were sick at this time period that you didn't open it?
I don't know.
Okay. You just know you never saw that text message.
Exactly.
And do you know if you ever saw this States Exhibit 124? Do you know if you ever saw that?
I don't know.
Do you know how the GBI got this?
I heard that they subpoenaed my phone, my camera records. I mean, that's all I know.
Do you know that your lawyer sent videos from your Blink camera or from your phone to the police or to the GBI?
I think so, yes.
We talked about it earlier. Because the Blink camera loses videos, they don't stay on there forever. They drop off as they get older. The videos that we have from this earlier time period in 2019 are the ones that were saved on your phone and texted to people, correct?
Repeat that, please.
The videos that we have that we've looked at this morning and this afternoon are videos that were texted to Diego, to Rash, to Powers. They were saved on your phone, right?
Possibly in text form.
In text form, okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and we're going to take a 15-minute recess, and then we'll come back for the, I think, the final portion of the video, I think. Again, do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. We'll see you in about 15 minutes.
All right, for the jury.
15-minute recess. Thank you.
Food, please.
I'm not sure that is a chef yet, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm going to find my trial partner. I'll be right back.
And Your Honor, this is Ms. Burton's witness.
Okay. Sounds like we're still.
Oh, well, the next one. Yeah, we're about to get to that.
I want to see that.
All right, I guess before we get started, before we do that, I've got all defendants present. We are just about, hopefully, to have all counsel necessary for the video. I think before we get to it, I can address this with who we have. Did receive a note. Question from the jury: how much can the media talk about or describe us? There was one. This is actually numbered, so this came from one of the jurors. Apparently, they just noticed, I guess, media writing or taking notes. There's a little bit more. Actually, if you want to see the rest of the note, I just don't want to get too detailed with it. Come on. I'm going to mark it as courts 4.
If you have any comments, I'm going to need you to get right on that microphone, please.
It just goes into a descriptive, that's all. I don't want to do that. I'll put it in the record. All right, so I think what's going on is the pool is taking notes. I have seen a few articles out there that have been sent to me, which just indicate maybe some jurors are taking notes or not taking notes. I haven't seen any personal descriptive information. I heard a reference to a USA Today article. I did see that, and I parsed it. In fact, I had some of my staff take a look at it too to see whether it truly violated my order, and I'm not sure that it does. It comes as close to the line as I think you can, but it does not have any personally descriptive information in the way that we were talking about it during jury selection. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this courts 4. I'm going to mention to them when they come back in that I did receive this note, and I've already indicated to them once that the court is doing everything that I can to ensure that no personal information is being released to the media. But as far as the pool that's in the courtroom, what their observations are that are not personally identifying, they're welcome to provide that as part of the media feed.
Well, is there any way the court would consider amending the existing order to restrict discussions of the clothing, hairstyle?
I beg your pardon. I'm sorry.
Not close enough?
No, I apologize for interrupting. This should be off the intercom.
Is this?
Or just a minute.
Where's it?
Is it on record or?
Are we back on record? Let's go back on record.
We're on the record, Your Honor. I just
Yeah.
didn't know if you could do the
No, that's fine. That's fine. I just didn't want to be reading out the whole note. So yeah, we can be on the record.
Okay.
Just trying to address juror concerns with regard to coverage. To answer your question, Mr. Goff, I don't. As far as what they're wearing, hairstyles and what they're wearing, I haven't seen that.
Of course, the primary concern here is for the jurors to be secure in their work. And obviously, the fact that this information is out there is concerning at least some. I would suggest that without going into the security arrangements for the jurors, once the jurors are released in a manner of speaking for the day, they could, in theory, be identified by the tie, the color of the tie or the outfit or the style of the hair. And I think on balance, the right of the defendants to a fair trial takes priority over the First Amendment rights of the media here. And I think the court should consider amending the existing order to prohibit descriptions of the jurors that would allow someone to identify them either to or from their homes in this case. I could say that as someone who's actually been in a situation where a litigant was actually killed on their way to court because they were intercepted before the deputies could escort them here. So that was a civil case. That kind of thing can happen, and now that this concern has been expressed, particularly when they're not sequestered, maybe this would be a case for the court to enter an amendment to the order that is more restrictive in terms of the descriptions of the jurors.
Anyone from the defense?
Greg McMichael joins in that motion.
Chad McMichael as well.
Well, I want to know, well, I'll consider it. Why don't you all figure out specifically, instead of me trying to figure out what that means, y'all let me know what you are asking for additional restrictive language from the court. I'll go ahead and consider it. Anything from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Again, I'm open to that. I'm just trying to work through the problem. I don't need it now. But if there is something from the defense that we can further tailor the court's instructions in a way that takes into consideration the constitutional rights that this court needs to take into consideration, understanding that the defendant's right to a fair trial is paramount for the court, I'm willing to take a look at it. I just need to think through exactly what it is you're asking the court to do, because I've put a relatively fine point on it. I just want to see how much finer you're asking the court to go.
Yes, sir.
But I fully respect and understand the concern.
My wife's mom is in a memory care unit, and she just got a text that there's an emergency. May I check on her real quick to see what that is?
Yes.
I'll be right back.
let's go ahead then. We'll get the panel in with all the movement. We probably should be settled. We're okay to move forward with the video if need be?
Yes, I believe so. She's just finishing up a phone call. I think they've had to take her to the hospital for some reason. I'm not sure what it was.
Advise the court if I need to address something. My plan is to get the panel back in, address this question, and get the video started.
I'll stay here, and that's fine. We can go forward.
Okay. All right, let's get that. Yeah, Mr. Hogue, if you need to get up, let me know, because we'll just pause based on representation.
So rise for the jury, please. Please be seated.
All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Before we start with the video, I do want to address a note that came out. The note, although it's a little bit longer, the basics of the note is how much can the media talk about or describe us? That was actually signed by one of the jurors, but I assume others of you have the same question. We're going to go ahead and mark that as courts 4. Ladies and gentlemen, I've put some orders in place limiting the amount of personal information that can be released to the media during the course of this trial. I'll get it. Yeah. During the course of this trial, there are pool reporters in the courtroom who are reporting on what's happening in the courtroom. Those individuals may put non-personal information in there. For example, if jurors are taking notes, they're not going to hopefully do that by number, but whatever their observations are. But as far as personally identifying information, that is not to be released under the court's order. So that's how we're proceeding. But there is obviously interest in this case, and it's being reported on. All right. We're keeping an eye on that to the extent that we can. All right. I believe we are ready to get started again with the video. All right. Let's go ahead.
May I approach? Sure. Mr. English, I'm handing you what's been marked as Travis McMichael's Exhibit 3. Take a look at it, see if you recognize it. I'm sorry, did you refresh your memory with that?
Yeah.
Do you recognize Travis McMichael's exhibit number 3?
Yes, I think all of them I sent to Officer Ray.
I'm sorry?
I think I sent all of those to Officer Ray.
Okay, so tell the court what those things are. What is that exhibit?
I think what it boils down to is I sent him clips of what was going on.
Okay, and is the exhibit number 3, is that a memorialization of your text messages with Officer Rash?
Yes.
Okay, and in the text messages, you text him on the 25th of October, 2019, right?
Best I can recall. I don't know the date. I didn't study the date.
Let me do this. Does this accurately depict your text messages with Officer Rash?
The best I can recall.
At this point, I would tender Travis McMichael exhibit number 3.
Objection.
Mr. English, if the exhibit states that you texted him on October 25th, 2019, right here, would you disagree with that?
No.
And that would have been coinciding with the first time you saw the black male coming on your property at night. Right?
You said the video clip that I sent Officer Rash would coincide with what?
With the first time that that black male came on your property at night.
I guess so. If the text and the video dates line up, I guess so.
Right. You would have no reason to text him a video clip from October 25th if the black male hadn't been on your property October 25th.
Exactly.
Okay. You text him again the 18th of November. Correct?
It's on there, I did.
And you text him several clips, both from the white couple and the black male on your property.
The best I can recall.
Okay. Is it fair to say, Mr. English, that through 2019, all the way into 2020, you didn't know who had stolen your electronics, your Yeti cooler from the boat that was parked at times at 220 Satilla Drive, right?
I don't know.
But you talked to your neighbors, right?
Yes.
You talked to Diego.
Yes.
You talked to Matt Albenzi.
Yes.
You talked to Kenny Wade.
Yes.
You talked to Ronnie Olson, the guy across the street.
I don't talk to Ronnie very much. I don't remember any conversation about any of this with Ronnie.
Did you know that he had surveillance cameras on his house?
Not till recently.
Did you know Diego had surveillance cameras on his house?
I knew, yeah, after we had some text conversation.
Okay. You made your neighbors aware, the ones we've mentioned, that you had stuff stolen out of the boat, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you wanted your neighbors, if they could, to help you catch the guy that had done it.
Diego, yes.
Diego in particular.
Yes.
You never told them at any point, and it wasn't stolen while the boat was on the property, it was stolen while it was parked at Stalby's Heating and Air.
Never told them that.
Never announced it on Facebook for the neighborhood, right?
No.
Never announced it on the next door neighborhood page, right? The answer of that.
No.
You didn't. You never posted any kind of alert to your neighbors, hey, never mind, wasn't stolen from this neighborhood, it was stolen from somewhere else.
No.
Therefore, Mr. English, to your knowledge, they were left with the impression that stuff had been stolen from your boat at 220 Satilla Drive.
I guess so.
You were aware of other crime in the neighborhood besides what had been taken from your boat, right?
Yes.
You were aware that Travis McMichael himself had a gun stolen out of his truck, right?
Yes.
You were aware that Diego Perez had tools stolen out of his truck, right?
Yes.
You mentioned earlier that there was a neighbor at the front of the neighborhood who had some stuff stolen, right?
Yes.
Were you aware of any other crime in the neighborhood?
Not that I can recall.
Mr. English, you had a camper on the property, right?
Yes.
I don't know if any of our pictures depicts, Travis McMichael exhibit number 1. If I could hand that to you. Does this photograph depict a camper on your property?
That's it, correct.
Okay. Is that where you slept when you came to work on your property? In the camper?
Sure.
Is that where you slept?
Yes.
Did you bring your kids with you when you came to work on your property?
And sometimes on the weekend.
And they would
in the
sleep?
summertime, maybe more.
They would sleep in the camper as well?
Yes.
Okay. As of February 23rd, 2020, the same black male had been on your property now 4 times at night, right?
Best I recall, yes.
Been chased off by the police and by a neighbor on the 11th of February, right?
Yes.
Officer Rash, Travis McMichael, right?
Yes.
And yet he came back in the daytime on February 23rd, right?
Yes.
When you got that alert and you were working with your beekeepers,
yes,
you didn't even think to quickly get to your phone to catch the guy because it is daytime, right?
Right.
You were less concerned about daytime, right?
Yes.
But this turned out to be the same guy that had been on your property previously, right?
Yes.
And that was concerning.
Yes.
And you called Diego.
Yes.
Contacted Diego. And by the time you contacted Diego, it was too late.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. English.
Take a short recess, so.
No, Your Honor, I will have no questions.
No questions.
Any of your recommendations?
Mr. English, we first started back, you had mentioned you wanted to clarify something.
Yes.
Could you go ahead and tell me what you wanted to clarify about any previous testimony we talked about?
It was the last of the discussion that we had there that I wanted to clarify that I was in the big yard working. My hands was, I had honey on my hands. I heard the alert, but I didn't answer it immediately because it was high time and I didn't know how to stop and wash my hands off. But as soon as I did wash my hands off, maybe 30 minutes later, between bee yards, I did call Diego to let him know that I had saw the gentleman on the property, and that's whenever he let me know that he had been shot.
Okay. And Mr. English, the note that your lawyer passed to me, that was about you needing the food and a break, is that correct? You needed a food, correct, you needed a food break?
I'm okay right now.
No, I'm talking about, Mr. Rubin asked you about a note that was passed from your lawyer to me while I was talking to you, and that was about a food and a break that you needed.
Okay.
Do you know what that note was about?
No. Other than that, it said, you know, I think I recall saying that she had notified somebody while I'm on.
But she
I had medications. I took my medication earlier, thinking this would be done by about 12 o'clock. I took my medications on an empty stomach.
Yes, sir.
And I think maybe my wife had let me know.
Gotcha. For the record, I'm not sure we tendered that second 911 call into evidence, but if we did, we'll go ahead and tender the second clip from October 25th. I think we played it, but I'm not sure you moved to tender it.
I apologize.
Yeah, it's fine. If we did not, we'll go ahead and move to tender State's Exhibit 121. I'm sorry, not 121. It was 150. We haven't tendered it in.
Thank you. We would not object to our own tendering of
Just wanted to make sure the record's clear on that. Mr. English, when the protesters came by your house after, or the street after Mr. Ahmaud Arbery was shot and killed, and you had mentioned on cross that somebody had said they were going to bop you to some, or they used the word bop, you were going to get bopped.
Yes.
You remember that?
Yes.
You're not sure what they meant by that. Is that correct?
I wasn't sure until at that time, I guess he was about 11 or so, told me what it meant.
Your Honor, I'm sorry to interrupt. May we ask Mr. English to speak up a little bit? We're having a hard time now.
Yeah. I think it's getting a little late and tired in the mass, so, Mr. English, you just try to speak up a little bit.
Speak up.
Speak up.
Yes, sir. Okay.
About how many protesters were out there at any given point that you knew of?
The street was constantly, people walking by.
And you didn't know who they were, where they're from, or anything like that, is that correct?
No.
Okay, so you don't know who made that comment?
Yes, that was his cousin.
Okay.
He stated that that's the reason my cousin's dead.
Okay.
That I was the reason.
Has any of that information, or any of that event that happened, the protesting, has that caused you to come in here and alter your testimony or lie in any way?
No.
And so you're not lying or altering any testimony for or against the state or for or against any of these defendants, is that correct?
No.
When myself and Mr. Rubin were questioning you about the 911 call where you said that the same guy was on 3 different people's cameras, you don't know whose cameras those were, do you?
I don't recall.
And do you know, you wouldn't know whether those cameras were inside or outside of any houses on that street?
No.
That trailer that you have on your property, from the time that you, well, let's say from October of 2019 to 2020, how often were you coming down to stay on the property?
Could you start over, repeat that, please?
Yes. From, I would say, fall of 2019, like October until 2020.
You said fall.
Fall.
Okay.
Yeah, F-A-L-L. Or autumn.
Okay.
Do you know how long or how many times a week or month you would come down to stay in that RV?
No, I didn't keep up with that. I've had so many episodes, I'd be gone, then I'd be back, I don't remember.
Okay. Do you know just in general, since you bought that property, how often?
I try to go a couple times a month, a couple of weekends a month.
Okay.
Back when I took it at the point, try-in stage until the windows and doors ended, I was there more often. I'd stay almost by the week, and then at one point when Corona was at its peak the first time, I was quarantined down there 3 or 4 months by myself.
Okay. So you use it pretty often?
Sir?
You use it pretty often?
Yes, yeah.
Mr. English, I'm going to put on the screen State Exhibit 127. You recognize what this is a picture of?
Yes.
And what is that a picture of?
That's the porta potty in front of my house.
Okay. And does this look like Satilla Drive to you?
Yes.
At this time, State Senator State Exhibit 127 evidence?
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
Mr. English, have you ever seen people use this porta potty?
Yes.
And is there a water source right around here?
Yes, one of those white pipes right there close to where the cup's at.
Have you ever seen people use that?
Do what?
Have you ever seen people use that before?
Yes.
Okay, and for what purpose?
I guess whenever they get out of the porta potty, they wash their hands off.
And can you tell us what this object is?
That's my job trailer, cargo trailer. I keep my tools and supplies in.
And the yard right here, do you know whose yard this is?
That's Ronnie.
Ronnie? And what are these right here?
That's mailbox.
Mailbox. And is this a light pole?
Yes.
Mr. English, when you came down to visit your property, were you by yourself or did you bring your family with you?
It was, different situations.
Around the time that this was going on, was your family with you when you came down, usually?
What you mean by when this is going on?
When you were having the person that was in those videos in the surveillance clip, the black male, when he was coming on the property, and the white couple from fall and early winter, fall of 2019?
They was there at that time, too.
Did you know who would use that porta john in your property?
They got to worry about anybody that come by, need to use the bathroom, use it. They'd been there for 2 or 3 years.
Okay. So that would be maybe subcontractors?
Subcontractors, other contractors, and yard maintenance people in the neighborhood.
Whoever?
Trash truck people.
Okay. Mr. English, at the end of the day, out of all this, you just really wanted Mr. Arbery to not come back on your property, is that right?
Yes.
And you wish no harm on him?
No.
How's that further?
Ms. Ruth?
I don't have anything else, Your Honor.
Nothing, Your Honor.
We are back on.
Thank you.
We're tendering in the deposition under State's Exhibit 132 at this time.
The transcript?
No, the actual files.
Okay.
Just coming in for the record. Understand. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Admitted.
Your Honor, at this time,
I don't need to stop you.
Your Honor, at this time, the state is seriously considering calling Officer Rash. However, Officer Rash also has a 25-minute long video, and we may not get through all of his testimony today. Given the jury has just spent 7 hours looking at a video, I'd leave it to the discretion of the court as to whether to proceed.
So the 25-minute video is within the direct, and then we will have cross from all, yeah, okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're at probably a good breaking point for the day then. Thank you for your attention. Sometimes videos are hard to get through. I was checking on you occasionally. Everybody seemed to be doing well, and that is greatly appreciated. Y'all are doing what we've asked you to do, which is sit and listen to the evidence in this case. Now, again, during the break, well, I should say first what we're going to do. We're going to recess. We'll come back at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning for continuation of the case. During the recess, do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Do not go looking for any information about the case, and don't let anybody contact you or approach you about the case or discuss the case in your presence of hearing. So again, with all of those instructions and all the instructions I've given you, have a good evening. We'll see you back here at 9 o'clock in the morning. Thank you.
All right, for the jury. Please seated.
All right. Anything from the state before we recess?
No, Your Honor, nothing from the state.
From Travis?
No, Your Honor, I would just ask that the exhibits, which I understand are exhibits, which have been going into the clerk's office, I ask they remain up here in the file box that I think that's done us. I had to ask them to be brought up before our portion of the deposition. I understand, I have no problem with that, but now that they're here, I'd ask that they stay here with the other exhibits.
Okay, I'll get with the clerk on what the procedures are in this particular court and make sure they're available. I understand they need to be available.
There's a box up front with all the state's exhibits, and there's a file for our exhibits as well. I would just put those in there with everything else.
Oh, I think Mr. Rizzo was talking about the deposition exhibits may not have made it up. It's just those two.
Just three.
Three. And so we will make them a part of that. They have their own copy. We'll get it taken care of.
We'll take care of it.
Okay. Anything from Greg?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
From Mr. Brown?
No, Your Honor.
We're in recess until 9 o'clock. Could I see counsel, though, briefly, just on a logistics matter? Chambers, yeah.
lane and dumping herself. Okay. Hold on. Hold on.